Hello everybody, how is it going? And welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Today we are playing Planet Zoo, and the plan is to build an American alligator habitat all the way at the end of the zoo. So I have my Loki pin on because Gator Loki is here. He's actually right here. We have our Gator Loki and Sylvie. So Gator Loki is going to hang out with us today until we get him in the zoo. I'm going to name one of the alligators Loki. So I'm going to have him hang out here today on our stream. And we also got Anthony. Anthony is now attached to my new what is it? Intuitive? What is the word? Boomstick? What is the word? Innovative. My innovative boomstick that I screwed to the side of my desk so that I can have my mic closer to the screen. So hopefully that helps my mic quality get a little bit better. But yeah, so if you didn't get a chance to watch the speed build I did, I basically finished the beaver habitat that we were working on in the last stream. And in the last stream, we didn't really do much of the detail work. We just kind of got the main structure of the beaver habitat, their new habitat, down. But I went in now and added like some really small fine details, finished out the buildings and stuff like that. So I'll do a quick tour of that. Actually, what I need to do is change my settings because I dropped them all down for recording. But the main things that we added are these barrier walls to make sure that they don't escape. I edited this back building for them. We added this restaurant and stuff up here. We finished the underwater viewing area. So let's go ahead and take a look at all of that. So overhead view. This is the beaver habitat. This is where they are. We also took the train, as you can see here, and it's just kind of weaving its way through the zoo. Which I want this train to kind of make its way through the entire America's area of the park, but it is very cool when it comes through here. Oh, we got a fine for protesters. But yeah, you can see the train comes right across the back there, which it isn't open for guests right now. We might open it up just to kind of test it out and maybe make a little bit of extra money. But the biggest thing, I guess, is this kind of audience viewing area. I did this really cool like retaining wall just out of the non-gridded stone pieces. We have some vista points as well as some educational boards about the beavers. They're kind of speckled all over the place. We have a couple over here. And then over here where the path originally continued, we kind of cleaned it up a bit. So now people can come over here and sit and stuff. We have a viewing area right here so people can come and hear and learn about the doll sheep, since there's a really pretty view of it down this way. And then we have some informationals here. So I think, ooh, look at that. So I wanted to make my own personal information sign to go on this board, but I couldn't figure out whose feet these were. But I'm pretty sure it says it when you flip these, when those little things flip, which we'll have to wait until another kid comes back. But it looks like number 1 is a hippo. Number 3 was an aardvark, I think it was. But we'll have to wait till another kid comes back. Hopefully these kids will be interested in that. But then up here, these stairs, we head up. We go to the new restaurant we put in. And this train comes right past it, which I think looks really awesome. We might have to put some additional barriers there to make sure people aren't like too close to the train tracks. But they can come in here, and this is Beaver Bros. And there's some seats here so people can sit and eat and look into the beaver habitat. I think it's absolutely amazing. Downloaded that off the Steam Workshop. If you just look up Beaver Bros, it should be on there. And then we have this informational sign, which this is actually missing. Zoo map. Not sure why that is missing. I think it's because I renamed it. Yes, it's because I renamed it, which means all those other ones are missing too. But I put all these information signs in, and I copied this whole building and put it in a couple different places around the park to help advertise some of the different habitats. I think that helps it to kind of get people to go visit some of the other ones. And then over here, I just have a statue of the deer. I just think it's a really pretty visual right here, having it kind of between the trees. So I put that there. And then the path continues under here, which I think is really pretty. We have this stream that continues under the bridge and down here into this waterfall that goes into the doll sheep habitat. So the bridge is a really good helper in hiding sort of some of that. People are cold because it is very cold at the top of the mountain here. And then they can come around here. There's some more informationals. This is kind of a more up and close and personal view of the beavers. When they do come up here and play with these toys and stuff, they're pretty much within like arm's length from the guests, which we might need to put some sort of additional barriers like to help role play that. But I mean, obviously in real life they probably would reach over and try and touch the beavers, but in the game they don't, so we're okay with that. But they can get a really up close and personal view of the beavers. They don't come over here too often, but when they do, it's very close, because we have their little enrichment pond and this beaver house that they come in and sleep in sometimes. But mostly they spend their time back here, which over here we still have this bridge. I did the waterfall pieces on the stream here, so if we just go down to the bridge there, we can see, let me try and squeeze in here. We get a really nice view of these rapids kind of coming down the mountain here. And then now at the top of this river, we have the beaver dam that basically explains why this river isn't as strong. So that's pretty cool. And then over here is the staff building, or the hard shelter for the beavers. On the inside, we have a few staff buildings. We have the keeper's hut. We have, I think, a trading center and a vet back here. And then we have this nice little gate, which I think is so cute the way it goes into the beaver habitat, because they don't really need that tall of a gate, so this was able to work. But I put some like little decorative pieces in here to kind of insinuate like this is the stuff they're storing for the beavers. And then this is where the beavers can come to sleep and get away. And I have some windows here just to give them some more natural light. But they love to hang out back here. This is pretty much where they all spend most of their day. We have the water in here and their food is in there. And then we have all of their enrichment items all over. So this is like another little hidey, sleepy place for them, which they don't really go in too often. But that's okay. And then back here we have tons of enrichment items as we head all the way around this little bend here and then into this pool, where they do spend quite a lot of time in this deeper side of the pool. We have some enrichment items like the sprinklers they can get up to. We have the rubber duckies and the underwater feeding. Here we can see someone swimming right now. See, they can come over here and swim, which they do. They love it. They really do enjoy coming into the water a lot. So they can get really good view. And this of the beavers from down in here, which is where the American Beaver Show is. People can come down and either just view the underwater area like that, or they can come down for the show, which we actually I made the new show poster to bridge a dam. There we go. So that's that. And then this is the beaver informational, which we're not going to use. This is supposed to just be the informational. So let me just select that. Can I reset that, or does it just not default? There we go. There we go. And then I want to make a sign here. I want to maybe get like a video or something that plays in here that talks about beavers and stuff. So I'm not sure what's going to go on that big screen yet, but we'll figure that out. This is actually getting really gross. So I think I will call a keeper to come and fix that. But yeah, so that is the beaver habitat and pretty much all of its glory. Not really too crazy, nothing too out of the ordinary, just a lot of small detail work, placing all those logs. We also have this path here, which guests should not be able to walk down there, which I should probably change that to a staff pass, because they're probably coming down here and getting really upset about the facility there. So I'm just going to turn that into a staff only path, and then I'm going to actually put railing on it because it is up a cliff. So I'll do that. And then maybe we can put like a little employee only sign. Let me see. just so that guests know not to go back there. Because sometimes they will walk back there even though it says not to, and then they'll get stuck. It's actually going to be in facilities, and security. Here we go. And then we can do guest barrier. We'll do this little line one. Let's turn off snapping and just do align to surface. And we'll just put little signs like that. So guests know not to like go that way. It's not for them. That works. And I really like, 'cause I really like having that machine kind of hidden in that building there. The only other thing we should probably do is some security cameras. I haven't put any in the park yet. So we might need to do that. I think what I'm going to do really quick is put some of these do not feed the animal signs, just to make sure that we kind of have that understood. I'm just going to put a couple like in these areas, because I don't know if these actually do benefit anything. I don't know if guests actually will like throw trash in these habitats and stuff, like if the food buildings are close by. But I'm just gonna put these here sort of just in case. We want to make sure nobody's throwing food at these animals, because I don't think they can eat burgers. Just do that. I don't think that messes up the look too much. We might need to try and find like a smaller option for those security signs, but for now I think that's okay. Like, you know, don't feed the animals, just don't do it. Let me actually select, here's what we're gonna do. I want to multi-select these signs. I'm gonna sync them just a little bit. And we'll just kind of, we'll know that they're there, but we don't need these huge boxes like, oops. We'll put them like that. I think that works. Oh! When you have to go buy breakfast food before breakfast, that is the worst. When you're like starving and there's no food. That literally happened to me this morning. I was like so hungry because my roommate cooked bacon, which I don't eat bacon because I'm vegetarian, but like I was like, oh man, the smell of bacon made me want breakfast, and so I went and got McDonald's instead. Because I was like super hungry and I had no breakfast food. But yeah, so we're gonna head down here now. So we're gonna be doing the American alligators today, which originally, when we were planning this park, we were going to do the American alligators with the saltwater crocodiles. But today, after doing a little bit of kind of research on the animal, I think the saltwater crocodile would do better in the Australian area. So we're gonna move them to the the Australian area, and we're just gonna do the American alligator here today. Literally just had to go grocery shopping before food. Yeah, that's the worst. You should never go grocery shopping on a hungry stomach either. That's like rule number 1. Put some hippos. No, we're not doing hippo and alligator fights. This isn't some Godzilla versus Kong park. But we're gonna do the American alligators over here, sort of where this like green marked out area is. And then we will do the bears over here. Can you hear me? I accidentally completely just drop kicked the cord out of my mic. I should try and like pin this up so that doesn't happen. But because we were discussing having the American alligators, not the American alligators, the bears. Can you hear me? No, I cannot hear you. Let's put Gator Loki back up here since we accidentally drop kicked him across the bedroom. But the bear habitat is going to be right here to the left of the alligators. And I was going to put the grizzly bears and the Himalayan brown bears together, since they're both brown bears and they're both sort of in the American area. But I decided not to do that because almost all the animals we have in our zoo right now, I don't really know about exhibit animals, but I know for a fact the habitat animals are all pretty much least concern conservation status, except for the buffalo, or the bison, which is near threatened. But the Himalayan brown bear is critically endangered. So I was like, we probably shouldn't squeeze that into a habitat with something that's not as much of a risk of going extinct as the Himalayan brown bear. So we're going to put the Himalayan brown bears sort of in their own little habitat, because I think we're only going to get like 2 of them, do a really small habitat, and then we'll have this big one for the thing. I'm streaming. Anyway, we'll put the grizzly bears all in this habitat here. So we'll give it like a bunch of them and maybe let them have some babies and stuff. And then we'll do like a smaller sort of separate habitat for the Himalayan brown bears, so we can really put some education into them and make sure people are learning about them. And then over here, we're just going to do American alligators, which I'm excited about. And so I have some sort of plans here. We have this habitat, and we're going to sort of make it like a wetlands area, which what I'm going to do is like pull this stream out, sort of like a river, and then we're going to kind of have it speckle out over here to sort of like a estuary marshland kind of area. Sort of like an Everglade, basically, is what we're going for, is like the Everglades. And this circular area here is going to be kind of elevated, sort of like a platform over the water so people can see, and then over here is going to go down and sort of be like a half water view, so you can see like halfway under the water and above the water as well. I think that's the plan. I think it should look pretty good, and I don't think we need, because like with this area we shouldn't need too many alligators. So what I'm gonna do actually before we begin is the wolves are howling in there. We're gonna buy some alligators and put them in our quarantine cell, just so that we can make sure they are getting cured of any illnesses, and then we can also start researching them. And then we'll get them in the zoo. So the moose is actually still our most popular animal, which I really thought it was going to be the beaver. But still the moose. Probably the Himalayan brown bear will be when we get it put in. You love how detailed the park is. Thank you so much. I feel like it's like 80% done. Because every time I build something, I feel like I stop building it to a point where it gets like super detailed, because like we have all this stuff in here, yes, great, awesome, but then there's like this underneath area and I'm like, this isn't finished. So it's like only 80%. And then let's see, over well, that's pretty much the only example I can think of right now. Or like the Dall sheep habitat, I didn't really detail their building, so that's like 80% done. And then in general, I just feel like everything is like 80%. Nothing is completely done. Although I do believe the beavers are done. I'm very happy with how their area is. But, so let's go buy some alligators. And what I want to do, a little fun thing I want to do, is when we get our alpha alligator, I want to name him Loki. I think that would be fun. Feeding station cannot be reached. Where is that? That is in the beaver habitat. Ah. Okay, I see now. I see. So the keepers actually can't walk across this. I didn't even think about that. And the beavers can get up there? Can the beavers even reach that? Let me check their traversability real quick, because it doesn't make sense. Traversable area. Yeah, they totally can walk up there. That's weird. That's steep. That's very steep right there. Maybe if we try... Oh, hi! How is your beaver doing? Let's go check. Give me 1 second. I just want to push some of this terrain down. So they can get up there a little bit better. Let's go find you. What is happening? Let's see. Is there any beavers over here? No. I know there was when I was building off camera, when I was making the time lapse, there was a bunch of beavers misbehaving, and one of them was you. They were both trying to escape. Oh my god, hello, hi, thank you for the follow. And your beaver was also misbehaving, trying to escape. Let's see. That's Timble. Oh, there's one sleeping. Let's see. Timble. There you are. You're sleeping. Little baby. Hello, wake up. Wake up. I actually got a really, really cute picture of your beaver, and I used it. I think I used it in the thumbnail for the time lapse, because he was like sitting and just chilling. You said you just saw your zoo map. Oh, thank you so much. It does need to be updated, because we did change some things around, but I have to post a new one. Let me just check. Yes. So on my YouTube channel, the thumbnail for the beaver habitat time lapse speed build is actually a picture of your beaver. Very cute. But he's doing good. He's actually getting old. He's elderly. Which actually a lot of our animals are starting to get old, so I think what we're going to probably have to do is start letting them breed. So we can get some babies. But yeah, so alligators. Let's get some alligators. I'm going to adopt some, and we're going to put them in the quarantine cell, and then we will kind of do some research on them while we are building so that we can get like, what are they called, enrichment items and stuff. So they are of least concern. Very cool. Let's look up some information about their natural habitat. So they are temperate, aquatic, which we are basically going to do an Everglades habitat for them. So let me pull up a picture for inspiration. You always know Everglades, which is basically just gonna be very marshy, lots of cattails and that kind of stuff. There's actually a really cool picture right here I just looked up of the Everglades in Florida, and there's people actually taking pictures of an alligator on the side of the road. How cute is that? But I definitely want to do something very marshy, sort of like this from above. So like we have like that river ending, and then we're gonna use like tons of reeds and grass, and mangroves, definitely some mangroves. Oh, hello, thank you. You subscribed. Oh, thank you so much for the subscription. I don't know why the notification came up so weird, but thank you. But I definitely want to do mangroves because they are very important for the environment as well. And I'll probably do like a really cool informational about mangroves. But the American alligator. So let's see, how many can we have in a habitat? We can have 1 male up to 5 females, so that's 6. We'll probably have about that many. Just because I want there to be a lot of alligators to see. And that is 43,000. We'll round it up to 44,000. Traversable area, which bunch of it's probably not going to be traversable because we're going to have tons of like mangroves and stuff. So let's say we're going to need like a 50,000 square foot habitat. What's your YouTube channel? My YouTube channel is the same name as it is here on Twitch. It's just the JewJuBee. It should be linked below the stream in the icons, as well as the one that says subscribe to my YouTube channel. You can just click that picture and it'll take you to my YouTube channel. But yeah, my YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and Twitch are all JewJuBee. All of them. I think Twitter has 3 E's at the end, but they should all be JewJuBee. So we're gonna get 6 alligators. Okay, so we need 1 male, which these 2 aren't the best. This one's actually getting ready to be off the market. Perfect. So let's refresh that and see if we can get it. Oh, perfect. So this guy, oh, he's small. I really don't want a small one just because the males are big. So I want to be able to have like quite a big male. But let's go ahead and get our 5 females. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And 5, we'll do this one. Or this one. And then we just need to get a male, which I'm probably going to wait until they are off the market. Just so that we can maybe see if we can get a few more options. So that's about 11 minutes. We'll have to wait in game minutes, I believe. But let's take all of them, and we're going to go ahead and send them to the quarantine. They're probably going to be a little upset because there's like no water in here whatsoever for them. But we just kind of need them to be in here so that they can be tested for diseases and stuff. And we can get started on their habitat. So what we'll probably do is first we're going to get rid of this path. Just so that we can do some terrain editing that we need to do. So over here I want there to be like a nice water pond. So that can actually go underground. And then basically what we're going to do is make sort of a river or stream kind of go out from this little pond here where the waterfalls end. We're going to kind of have this river kind of migrate out a little bit and then kind of thin out over here, and then we can do like sort of like a marshy delta kind of thing. Is basically what I'm thinking. I'm going to pause the game just because my game does get laggy when I'm messing with like water and barriers. So what we need to do is terrain. We need to remove this water. And basically we got to try and get this to squeeze out. What we can do, maybe we can, should we use the stamp tool because it works way faster? Let's use the stamp tool really quick. We're going to keep it on subtract. I'm going to make this huge. We're basically going to line this up. I'm probably going to have to do it. There we go. I want it to line up with that level. And then I'm going to use this X really quick just to make sure it's lined up where I want it. Yes. And then I'm basically just going to do a really rough kind of movement over here. And then we'll, of course, edit and tweak the sides. We can use rocks and stuff. So I want this river to kind of meander this way. And it's not going to be this big. This is just the easiest way for me to sort of find the general area of a river. So let me go there. So I'm going to thin it out a little bit. And then this is going to kind of meander this way. Like that. And then we got to basically make it estuary stuff. So I think we'll have it kind of go like that. And then we're going to make it really small now. Yeah, sort of like that. Let me make sure it is the same height. And we're probably just going to get like a few little areas. Probably have it go like that. And then kind of this way. It probably also doesn't need to be this deep over here. So what I think I'll do is kind of bring this up a bit, because it doesn't need to be that deep. It's kind of needs to be sort of shallower over here. So we'll do something like this, kind of have some rivers go off this way, maybe something go off this way, and then I want there to be like sort of a pond here, because I want there to be sort of like a half underwater viewing area. So we'll do something like that. Maybe have this go this way a little bit, maybe this way a little bit. So that is like a really rough, really rough kind of idea of where this little river is gonna go. And then basically what we can do now is using the pull tool, and we'll kind of pull it up kind of a big size. I'm going to drop the intensity probably down to like 50%, and we'll just kind of pull. Oh, that's the push tool. We'll just kind of pull these edges up. Actually, maybe we'll go to like 60 or 70. And we're just going to kind of run along the edge here and pull this up so that the edge of this, because we want the edge of the river to be a little bit more shallow for them to go in. And so then we'll sort of get this like nice U shape like that, which is basically what we want. And then we can go in and smooth it like that. Oh, everybody drink water, time to hydrate.
Hello?
Make sure you're hydrating. It's very important, especially when you're doing terrain work. You need hydration. And we're building in Everglades. So we'll do something like that, and then basically the water will sit at that level. And then what we can do now, because I'm pretty sure the bears can get in and out of that pretty good. And we'll tweak their habitat, of course, a little bit more when we get to it. Doesn't count I drink tea. Tea has hydration. Tea has hydration. I was actually just looking this up the other day because I was trying to see how much water I need to drink a day based on my height, weight, age, athleticness, whatever. And I said I need to drink 100 fluid ounces of water a day. And I was like, that's crazy. That's a lot. But it also said that eating foods and drinking other things besides water also contributes to your water intake each day. So whatever your water intake is, about 50% of that actually should be drinking water. The rest can come from other drinks and other foods. And this thing is like 65. What is this? 64 ounces. That's what I need. 100 ounces of water. Oh, that's crazy. That's 2 of these things. Insane. Oh, there goes Gator Yoki. Gator Yoki. I'm trying to pick him up with my toes. Where'd he go? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, there he is. So you don't have to just drink water to get your water intake in every day. We're just making sure we're hydrating because gaming can be very distractive, and the next thing you know, well, there goes Gator Loki again. Let's put Sylvie up here maybe. The next thing you know, it's been 4 hours of playing games and you have not drank water once. Let me flatten this out because that doesn't need to be dipped down like that. And also I think the water level, where was the water level? Here. Oh my. How cool is that? Look at our little Everglades. It looks like a Minecraft Everglades right now, but we're going to fix it. We are going to fix it. So now what we can do to actually make this part go a little bit faster is we can use this flatten to surface. Grab the elevation we want, which is this. You can basically just pull this across. How insane is that? Way faster. We'll just kind of drag this. Maybe do a little bit of that. There we go. Look at that. Super easy. And then we just gotta smooth it. We can get this nice thalwag in here. Which, for those who don't know, is the bottom of a river. The thalwag. Which will be right here. We can actually make this a little bit deeper since this is the true thalwag. And now we just need to kind of do this along all the sides. Just kind of, maybe we'll get like a little bit, I want something a little bit less steep. Like this side isn't super steep and I kind of like that. Oops, that's not good. Let's see if we push and pull a little bit. We can get like a nice incline there. Something like that. Yeah, I like that height there. So we just basically use that kind of across here. Oops. Give it like a nice slide, basically. Because we don't need it to be this wide. It's supposed to be just sort of like the end of the river. And we can use that angle. I like that angle. So let's slide this across like that. Yeah, I don't mind that. And we can get rid of that. We don't need this thing here. Floating orb. It's really like Minecraft now. pull this up a bit, like that. Nice, I like that. And we can line this up, just drag this one right across. I like this height. Drag this down, like that. Actually, it kind of went a little too low over here, which is annoying, so I'm actually just gonna pull this up a bit. Let's pull this up, get that shape that we want, and then we can basically drag that. Yeah, that's a little better. Try and get some nice U shapes in. Grab this one. Sort of pull that across. This is getting a little weird. So over here it's gonna be a little bit funky. Let's go in with the smoothing tool. Oh, we can put that at 100%. Over here we kind of want it to thin out and smooth out and stuff. We might have to do a little bit different than how we did this river. I think this looks pretty good actually, that shape that we're working with. And we can throw the water in just to kind of check. Which is this elevation right there, I believe. Or is that too high? I can't tell based on where these are. That's the height. So that's actually much lower than I thought. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did I get a new mic? No, I actually didn't get a new mic. So I made a boomstick myself out of a pole I found. It's actually quite a marvelous invention. I took these little things. I actually have some of the pieces right here I want to show you because I'm very proud of how it turned out. I had these little bracket clips for shelves, and I basically put like a couple of them so that they were like, there's like one and then there's like another one, and then I have this pole which I'm going to show you. It's basically just part of my green screen that I don't really use when I stream anymore because it made me feel a little squished. So I took that pole and so here's the thing. Here's how it all started. My microphone slides perfectly into the little hole at the top of it. Look at that. I also put Anthony on there. So I put it on this pole, and then I basically put those poles between these pieces, snaps in there, and then I have a little bungee cord that I'm using. Snap that in like a seatbelt. 1 second. I'm gonna actually get it. Oops, I broke it. We got a little bungee cord in there to keep them secure. And look at that. Boomstick. I'm very proud of this. I actually did this. When did I do this? Yesterday? Just yesterday. I was like, you know what? I want a boomstick. I want to look like one of those cool official streamers. So here we are with my microphone basically drilled into my desk. But I don't know. Can you guys hear me clearer? I'm looking at like the volume bar of my voice, and even when I'm speaking like this, it's like in the orange for too loud. So let me know if it's too loud. But when I was editing, so I was editing the speed build that I put on YouTube, and I was like trying to edit my voice because it's like, for me, no matter what I do, when I edit them, my voice still sounds to me like it's a recorded voice. Like when I listen to other people on YouTube, I'm like, oh wow, they have like a nice official audio. But mine is like recorded voice. And I'm like, how do I get mine to not sound so recorded? And I was like editing it and tweaking it, and I was like Googling videos like people editing audio for YouTube. And like all this stuff. And people were basically like, you gotta adjust this, and you gotta adjust the reverb, and you gotta do this and that, and background noise, and blah, 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 blah. And I was like editing it all, and it didn't like change anything. But I went into this one thing, and was adjusting like the treble and the bass of my voice. And I realized the treble of my voice is so loud. And then the bass, there's like none. So like I switched those, and it kind of made my voice sound a little bit smoother. So hopefully I mean, you'll have to let me know. First said for a while, it sounded very faint. I don't know if it was just my PC. Just now on this stream. It might have been because I was moving it around. Let me scoot closer, actually. Okay. Oops, I almost clicked water. So we're going to continue with this. And what I think I want to do is grab, like... it was faint for me, too. Oh, like before. Yeah, with my voice. Well, see, that's the thing. Is I had this exact mic. This was the same mic that I had. But I just kind of had it sitting on my desk. And I was watching this video of this guy talking about, like, audio and stuff. And, like, how to make your audio sound crisp and whatnot and blah, blah, blah. And he was basically saying that a lot of people get these mics and will, because they have bases like that, will just put them on their desk and start streaming. But they need them to be on a boomstick, like close to your face like this. And so I guess because I just had it sitting on my desk, it made it very quiet. So I'm hoping that this will help. I'll go back and watch the stream afterwards and we can see. Basically what I'm doing really quick is I'm going to pull the height up of the bottom of this area. I don't want it to be super deep over here. I'm just kind of touching the edges to help kind of not keep them so square. I don't want it super deep over here at all. I want this to be very much like kind of like a delta, and is it anastousing? No, what is it called? Meandering? No, it would be anastousing streams. They have solid land masses between them. That geomorphology, we gotta get the facts in. Yeah, I watch podcasts and they're always telling the guests to bring the mics closer to their face. Yeah, and I've had this like mic screen cover thing since I got my mic, which I think helped a little bit. But I've had this microphone since... Oh man, it's old. It's an old microphone. I've had this since I started pretty much getting serious into YouTube, because when I first started my YouTube, I think it was like 2013 or something like that, and I was just using the built-in mic that was on my laptop at the time, which is actually really funny because if you go back and watch any of those old Minecraft videos on my YouTube, you can hear the computer gasping for air almost as much as you can hear my voice, so it was very quiet. And then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna invest in a microphone. And I asked my dad, because I was like 2013, how old was I was like still living at my father's house, so who knows. But I asked him for a video camera and a microphone for Christmas, and so he got me that. And then when I went off to college, or community college, I got funding for the school, so I was able to go buy a new laptop. And so I wasn't using that completely old, busted Dell laptop that I had since, like, 2010. And that's when I started recording a few other games and stuff like that. But, I don't know. I've always loved... I don't know. I really love editing videos and, like, recording videos. And I love the whole aesthetic of, like, recording a video and making thumbnails for it and video descriptions and posting about it on social media. I think sometimes I enjoy that more than actually recording the videos, because I'm like, man, I don't know how to make the content. I don't make good content. I was like, if I can just get the content, I can edit it. Because like I watch videos all the time of like tips and tricks for recording good videos, and it's always like, when you're recording, make sure you keep in mind that you're going to edit it later. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's a good idea, and I never do, because I always forget that I have to edit it later. But yeah. It's been a long journey. I feel like I'm starting to get to a point now where my editing is starting to get pretty good. Now that I'm at like a established university and not just a community college, I actually have access to like Adobe Illustrator and Photoshop and stuff. So like I'm able to make some really cool graphics and stuff for my channel and much better thumbnails and stuff like that. So I think it's much more professional nowadays. I mean, before I made my intro video for my YouTube channel, like the YouTube videos, I made that intro on PowerPoint, which I guess I shouldn't argue that the one I have now is still made on PowerPoint, because PowerPoint is an amazing video editor. But it just wasn't as crisp. Okay, so we had pulled up those edges. I'm just going to kind of smooth it out a bit. We need to make sure these edges are kind of smooth so the alligators can crawl in and out, because I'm pretty sure their requirement for getting in and out of the water is it needs to be very shallow for them to be able to get in and out good, just because they are like crawling on the ground basically. So I'm just going to kind of try and smooth out some of these pieces. We might need to come back in here with that flatten to surface and kind of try and do some really shallow pieces, sort of like how we had to do in the beaver habitat. And then we're just going to basically place a crap ton of mangroves. So I think basically what we're going to do is, because I want this to sort of be like an Everglades. So the building itself, like the ones that the alligators will go into at night and where they can go to kind of get away from some people. I guess we'll put it... Where would it go? Like, where would it be a good place? Because over here I want to have a building for some underwater or water, close to the water viewing. They know what they're getting into, so they see how steep it is. Yeah, basically. No, they're just drama queens, so they need it to be really shallow. But I know that there's a really nice building that I want to put down from my blueprints, and it's like this big like lodge with like restaurants and stuff in it. Let me pull it out. I found it on the Steam Workshop and I was obsessed with it, and I was going to originally the plan was to try and like galvanize it for the Timberwolves, but it ended up being a little bit smaller and I thought it'd be a little bit too much work to actually try and get that kind of to the point where I wanted it to be. But then I was like, dude, it will totally work over here, since it is sort of that more like log cabin vibe. I don't know, I gotta find it though. Got it from the Steam Workshop. Oh, is that it right there? No, that's a tea house. I've downloaded so much stuff. Well, here's a ski lodge. What is this? Is this a hotel? Whoa, this might be a hotel. I downloaded so much stuff. Not quite sure the purpose of this building. Let's go in and squeeze in here and see if it has hotel rooms in it. Nope, it just looks like a big empty building, but that could be a really cool hotel. Originally I just wanted to have like one big hotel in here. So I don't think we'll put one over here, but we might be able to like take that apart and sort of put it like up here on the hill. And that could be like where the entertainment show is, which I don't want to say entertainment show because I feel like I don't want to insinuate that the animals are performing in any sort of shows. They're just like education talks, but I'm just calling them shows in my little head because it's like what times the shows are and stuff like that. It just makes more sense to me. I can't find this building here in my blueprints, which I know I pulled it out before. Here it is. North American Restaurant. Here it is. And I saw this and I was like, oh my god, it would look so cute over here, like amongst, because like over here is the very forested area compared to like the other parts. What is happening? Did my whole game lag out? And so when I saw this, I was like, oh, it's so cute. And it doesn't really have like an actual restaurant in it. It has like the shops and stuff. I think my game froze. But it was very cute. Uh-oh. I think we broke the game trying to open a blueprint. So we're going to have to give it a sec. Because my game gets really stressed out when I do terrain editing, especially near a boundary. One thing that was really annoying with building the beaver habitat was that every time I adjusted the water or moved one of the barrier pieces or anything that was associated with the habitat, it would like lag out the whole game for like 2 seconds. Oh, we're moving. We're moving. We're not completely frozen. But I don't know what it is. It's just like, I think because my solid slate drive is actually failing, I need to put a new one in there. Or add new solid slates to it. I think I'm going to add a second one. So my computer thinks very slowly, and streaming doesn't help, I don't think. Well, I wish I could undo that selection, but it doesn't look like I can. I hope I don't have to restart the game. Hello? Oh, cool. Nice. Just kidding. Crisis averted. So here is the building. It's called Trail's End, which I thought would be so cute because basically, if I put this on the X mode, so if we look at the way the zoo is going, it's basically like one big direction. And everything kind of, this is going to be an entrance over here, which is the Australian. So like, that's probably a problem. And then, I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure. Sorry, I was just thinking. Because over here is going to be another entrance. This is the North American entrance. It's going to enter into the Los Tropicos area. And then this one down here is going to be the Australian entrance. So, like, it's basically like a throughway, which I kind of wanted it to do. So it's sort of like a trail, a North American trail. So, like, that's why I thought this was cute, because it's like Trail's End. And so I was like, if we put this over here, basically where this section goes through and stops, it'd be cute. But then I was like, maybe it should keep going so it goes, like, in a loop. It says you're streaming and gaming on the same computer. What do you mean? How am I supposed to stream and game on 2 different computers? It would probably be a lot less chaos if I had 2 computers to do that on. Might need to look at that. Write that down. Somebody write that write that down. We need to look into that. But yeah, anyway, so that's the bear habitat. We'll have to worry about that later. So anyway, back to over here. One of the things I think we're getting a little bit construed on is scale. I think we're getting a very big area of water. So let me try and, like, we pull some of these edges. I thought it was a thing that everybody did. Well, you know what? I have very little experience when it comes to streaming and all of this, so I'm doing my best. I did not know it was possible to stream on 2 computers. I actually just figured out how to put donations on my stream. So it is a learning curve. I'm trying to figure it out. Usually if I want to do one thing on my channel, it's hours and hours of YouTube video watching and trial and error. So the only thing I know that I can do for sure is build things in Planet Zoo. So that's what I'm going to do confidently. But I will look into it because maybe it won't destroy my computer as much. No, I wasn't being mean. I wasn't trying to be, like, snarky. I'm just saying. I just don't have a lot of experience on how to stream properly. Which probably explains, like, why my stream channel grows so slowly. But I need to look into that stuff, because what I try and do is, while we're streaming like this, I try to, like, source record so that I can take this footage of stuff that we're building right now and use that in the time lapse of the videos. But usually the source recording is so laggy, and it's like 3 frames per hour. Like, it's it's so laggy you can't even see what's going on. So I don't know how to fix that. But here I'm just kind of pulling, you can see I'm kind of just, like, pulling this stuff up a bit so that it's not as deep. And we can get some more shallow ends when we go in and smooth it out. So hopefully this will help, because I don't want it super deep at all. And I've seen a lot of people do, when they do the American alligators, they do sort of a Everglades kind of vibe, and they always put, like, that little boat ride in it, which I thought would be kind of cool to put, like, a small boat ride over here. But I'm not sure do you guys think that would be something cool to put, like, a small little boat ride loop in here? I mean, people would get a really good view of the alligators, but I don't know if we want to have it that visible to them. So you think so? You think it would be good? Okay. Because it would be very short. They would get on the ride, like, probably here. They would probably go up, loop around here, and then go back. So it wouldn't be like a super up close and personal view. But either way, it might be, like, kind of fun to do. Let's make this really big and smooth it out. No, it would be in the alligator habitat. Like, it would be in the water that's in the alligator habitat. It would be like an Everglades ride. So I'm just going to smooth all this out and see if this helps us. I definitely think this is looking a lot better and more shallow. Not as steep. Definitely doesn't look as Minecrafty anymore, which is very good. I wish you could just like set like, you know how you can like set for the water to have like, you can be like, oh, when you place water, you know, put this paint with it, like either paint it like to match the one you have selected or whatever. I wish I could select to like smooth, like place the water, smooth the edges. I think that would be pretty cool. Oops. So I just got an email from National Geographic. Monarch butterflies are now on the endangered species list. No! Why? The monarch butterfly is actually my high school mascot. We were the monarchs. That sucks. Oh man, I know that like bees are getting pretty rough. I know that in the UK, I'm pretty sure they're completely extinct of bees there in the UK. And so they've been sneaking over to Ireland and stealing butterflies from Ireland and bringing them back to the UK. And Ireland basically like attempted to wage war on the UK. And was like, if you guys come back here and take our butterfly or our bumblebees, we will literally come to the border with guns. Like, I don't understand why this is a problem. But I think we're going to start seeing some real big problems. I guess you just mean they wouldn't come in contact with. No, they wouldn't come in contact with the alligators. The alligators probably wouldn't go near the ride. It would kind of mess up a lot of their. You think there's just one species of bee left in the UK? Yeah, it was something like that. They're like running out of bees, dude. They're pollinators. Let's throw some water in here, because we're already seeing some error. Let's throw the water in here and see what we're working with. Okay, so it looks like over here got a little too tall, so we need to push those down a little bit, which is okay. So push that down there. Okay, gotta push it down a little bit here. This is basically just trial and error. Push that down a little bit. Push that down a little bit. Okay. So basically this is probably all gonna have to get pushed down a tad, and then this just needs to get pushed down sort of right there. Let me just zoom through that. Ooh. No, let me actually undo that. Let's lower the intensity and size a little bit and do something like that. And then I'm basically just gonna grab this and sort of zoom through here like that. Okay, now let's put the water back in. Okay, so it goes all the way over there, which is good. We just need to touch up these little bits here, because I do want the water to go all the way to the ends here. So just kind of push that down, push that back, push that in, and voila! We have our little delta area here. And the only thing I'm not a huge fan of is how massive the river is over here. So I think the only thing I want to do is kind of adjust that, which the water level is there. Nope. The water level is up higher. There. So that's the water level. Which is right where that dirt starts. So what I think we need to do is sort of grab, not flatten to foundation. Let's grab this flatten to surface, and we're gonna make it bigger. And basically try and cut these in a little bit steeper, or I guess more shallower, technically. So like that. And if we come in like that, grab this shallower, and then come in like that. Let's make this a little bit shallower. Something like that. Then that should kind of squish the... Oh, hydrate time. ASMR. So we'll do something like that. And yeah, I see that makes it a lot more narrow. And I'd rather kind of see this like meander a little bit more. So we're just going to kind of do that. And we can use that tool. I'll basically pull this kind of across like that. Then maybe pull this up a bit. We're basically just going to kind of try and squeeze this in a bit. I'm going to pull this down like this, over like that. Kind of blend that out. This flatten to surface tool is really cool, but sometimes it can be very funky. So, okay, I don't mind that. So let's have this part come in significantly. So basically, we're just gonna push this whole side of the river kind of in, which we can use the push tool. We'll make this bigger. And we're just gonna kind of, oh, not the push tool. We actually want the pull tool. We're basically just going to kind of pull this like that. We'll just kind of drag it along and pull this up a little bit. We just kind of want to pull this whole side of the river in. Like that. And then I'm going to use the flatten to surface up here. Sort of pull this across. Like that. Maybe have a little bit of a divot there. Have this kind of come in, do something like that. Yes, and then we just need to kind of smooth out these edges, and this should be fine. This should be a little bit more narrower, not as extreme. And we'll just kind of plop this down for now, because this is the where the bears are going to be. And actually, where does that go? And we can adjust it and fix it more. Yeah, so that's a little bit more narrow. I like that. But this is going to be the bear habitat, so we can kind of fix and adjust that on the next stream when we do bears. But I like the way this is looking. I think we just need to adjust a few spaces. Excuse me. I think this whole middle island in general, I think, can go with lowering down, which I'm going to leave the water in to kind of keep that height. And I think we'll kind of just lower it to like this height. We'll do something like this. Kind of lower the whole thing down. And then if we remove the water and smooth it, it should take the whole thing down. Do something like that. There we go. And then if we take the water out, we can smooth the edges of this, which I'll make this nice and big. Smooth it out like that. There you go. And then you don't see that super harsh line anymore. Because this middle area is probably where we're going to design the habitat for them to be hanging out the most, so that people can get really good visuals of them. Oop, let me put the water back in. There we go. So that's a little bit lower. I like that. I don't mind the back edges here being steep, and that area of course should be steep because that's where people are mostly going to walk. Over here I want to have a view that's kind of underground, so people view the water like a half thing. So basically what we need to do now, take the water out. What we're going to do is grab the flatten to terrain tool. I think we'll use that height and sort of push some space back like that. And then we will take a glass barrier and see if we can make like a, do we want to use one way? Not quite sure. No, let's not use a one-way glass for now. And I want to keep this on the surface so I can see where we are. So we're basically going to have this go across like this. Make it nice and long. We'll have it kind of go straight across there or so. It probably won't be, that is upsetting. So let me actually pull this side up a bit so we have a nice flat top. And we can snap heights. That will help, I think. Yep, that looks pretty straight. And then we can grab this whole thing. We're gonna kind of move it over a smidge because we're not gonna use this whole glass area. There will be some walls and stuff on the edges. So something sort of like that. We'll do something like that. And then I think what we'll do is add like some wood or something over here. We'll do something like that temporarily just so that we can get the water in here. I'll do that one, and we will use wood. Sort of do that because I want this to sort of be the same height at the water. So let's dump some water in here. Dump this water in. There we go. And so they get a really cool like underwater view, which I can't quite tell by the height. Because what I want to do, now tell me if this is a bad idea. I want to lower this. Like that. How do I lower? Why is it not even? I basically wanted to lower this so it's like the same height as the... Why is this being weird? Like that. I can select all of this. I wanted to lower it so that it's the same height as the water, but it's only lowering one side. Oh, I know why. It's because this is too short over here, isn't it? What we need to do is take the water out, go back to barriers, grab that one. We need to do edit top and bottom, drop that down. There we go. So now it should lower to the same height, which this is actually going to have to go up to be able to put the water back in. Okay, because basically what I want to do is have the water, the gate, the barrier sort of be this at the height of the water. Does that seem like a bad idea since there are alligators in this water? Like if we were to lower this gate to there, because that'd be a bad idea, right? That'd be a bad idea. And then guests could like come up to here. Let's see, let me grab the guest path. And basically they would be like here. Like, could you imagine just in this building and you're just like eye to eye with an alligator, no gate between you? I think this will be fine, but I think we'll just put some chain link above the glass area because I actually can't tell how tall. Can I move them? I'm gonna move them here because this is actually like eye height for them. So I think what we'll do is basically kind of have it keep it like that so that if the alligators go past, I can see them under the water. But then we'll just do some, like, 'cause I know in construction they have like those really cool chain link wall pieces. Let's see if we can find them. And I think that'd be kind of cool to put across the top, because then it would still protect them from the alligators theoretically, but they would still get sort of that completely open outdoor kind of, or interactive experience. So let me see. I know they have little chain link fence pieces. I've seen them before. Maybe the chain. I can look up all. Okay, maybe not. Gate. It's a gate. Oh man, I'm gonna be so mad trying to find where these pieces are. Maybe it's in wall decorations. I know the piece that I'm thinking of, it would be perfect, but I'm not sure where it is. Because it's basically like a small little chain link fence piece. But it would be perfect. Fence. No, not a fence. I'm just thinking it'd be kind of cool, because then you would be able to, like, because like in my head I'm thinking this Everglades habitat is going to have like crickets and stuff in it and frogs, and so you would be able to hear them. Let's turn off blueprints. This might help us find our piece. So it doesn't look like it's in wall decorations. Or walls, which doesn't make sense because it is a wall piece. Maybe it's in themed props. That's probably where it is. Would it be in fences? Ooh. Yes, here it is. Okay, so it's these pieces. And basically I was thinking we can put those across. So I think we have like these longer pieces. And we can build sort of like a wooden structure that kind of holds this, and then these pieces would be like here. We can do something like that, which these are 4 meter by 2 meter, but these are 2 by 1. Which probably better. I was kind of hoping for like a 4 by 1, but I guess we don't have that. We can basically do that, and then we'll tilt it. Is 45 degrees good? I think 45 degrees might be a little too steep. Let's try 30. Like that. And then we'll basically have like this piece like kind of going across like this. And of course we'll have like wooden beams and stuff kind of giving it support. But that way you could stand in here and like have a good view. And like the alligators can like do that. Or do we just want to pull the glass up? Let me see if we pull the glass up. Okay. Oh, okay, let's see. So he says you looked it up, you were wrong. There is only one species of honeybee left there. Plenty of other bumblebees and 17 bee species have gone extinct since 1980. 25 are threatened, and there is concern for 31 others. Yes. Yes. As I say, I was almost certain that bees were either close or almost on or are on the endangered species list. But I wasn't quite sure. I'm hoping that this game adds that kind of aspect, like being able to put pollinators and stuff in the game. Because, like, that is a very important thing for conservation. Okay, so we were thinking about the building now. This is what we're thinking about. And what I'm thinking is, what am I thinking? Is if we do a building that's like, let's go to construction. If I do a building over here, sort of in the back, that's also kind of connected to this building, I think that could work pretty well. I also went through and did the heart pieces, the heart thingy. Favorited. I favorited all of the construction pieces I use pretty regularly, and that has been a blessing. So if we do something like this, we have this building over here that's like where the guests go in to view the alligators. Let me straighten that out. I'll have about a 4 meter high viewing area like that. Scooch this up. So I'll have something like that. Fortunately, most of the bee species are dying off, are only going extinct locally and exist in other parts of the world. Yeah, yeah. What are you talking about? Like in Europe? Yeah. Because they're just basically losing the bee population, their bee population. So we'll do that, and basically we'll have like this huge underwater viewing area. Probably be like, we do like a path like this. And then we can have this go back a little bit. Something like that. Yeah, like that. And then we can have the entrance to that be over here, like a stairway that can go down, or they can stand on top of this building. I think that'd be pretty cool. But then this part here can go sort of out the back, and then we can get like a building back here. Probably go back to like here, because I think we can only do 3 wide, and basically have this go as far back as it can, and do something sort of like that. And then this will be like the facility for the alligators, like where they can go at night. And then maybe we can just kind of square this off. I don't know if you can see it underground. Like square that off like that. And then we'll do like some staff facilities there. So let me build this up. We might have to separate these buildings so that we can actually like adjust them by height. Because we'll do this. Because we're only going to have, what was it, 6 alligators in here? So I'm not sure if we necessarily need this massive facility. I always go start way too big with these things, and I have to adjust them. So we'll do like that shape there. This will be basically the door for the the keepers, and then we would have like a door there, and probably a door there. And we can use the archway pieces for the alligators to go in and out, something like that. And then maybe we can just use the actual arch here. Rotate, please. Like that. But what we need to do, actually, let me select all these pieces. Select these pieces too. We can deselect that piece. We'll select that, and basically we're going to separate this. I think what we'll do is sort of align that height with the ground over here. Something like that. That way they can kind of go in and out. And I kind of like the threshold maybe. Or do we want it to be like completely underground? Like that. We'll do that. And then their building, I think, still works there. I don't mind that it's like crooked. So technically alligators can get through here. but that way they can get out here to go sort of towards this back area and then out here to go towards this main area. 'Cause I think most of the enrichment toys we're going to put here so they can be viewed pretty well. And then this back area is where the most of the mangroves are going to be, so that's where they can kind of go to get away from visuals. I think, well, for one, I think this building is too big. So let me pull out, let's see, let's get rid of like that length and pull this in. Something like that. I think that's a little bit of a better size because then we can have, let's look at our facilities and see what we can have here because I believe we have some facilities in here already. Let's see, what do we have in this little building? We have a trade center and a research center. So we don't need trade or research. But we can probably put, we're going to need to put a staff room in here because we don't have any staff rooms. So let's see, keeper's hut. Maybe we can use the large keeper's hut. That might be kind of funny. What if they escape? What if the alligators escape? Is that what you mean? We actually need to move this whole building up a smidge because it is underground too much. Let me move that up like that, and then what if the alligators escape? Well, we're gonna put a barrier back here. And then this should all be kind of covered. It'll be basically blocked off from them to escape with the guest path over here, as well as the mangroves are going to be so dense that in the game the traversability won't be allowed to go past it. And I think we'll just do like a chain link fence kind of over here to separate where the alligators would be able to leave. What I want to do, we're not selecting water. Oh, actually, let's select the water. Let's actually change it to Everglades water. It's kind of cool, right? Does it look weird over here, though? It does look a little weird over here. Let me, let's see. Let's change this. Let's make it a little bit more blue. Just like a smidge more blue. Sort of like that kind of color. Ooh, no. Kind of go more this way. Like that. So it still kind of matches for over here, but over here it still kind of gives us that like marshy look. I think that's pretty cool. So, and I'm going to actually do, let's get rid of this and this for now. And I'm going to try and redo this in a way that's a little bit more uniform because right now it's looking a little weird because of the paths and stuff. So what I think we're going to do is construction. Because I need the facilities to be able to sit flat. So I think we're going to start by putting down the facilities. And then we will build the building around it. Let's actually turn off blueprints. I want to use the large keeper's hut. Oh, smack it on the ground there. I think we'll use this. I'll do something. We need to look at the effect on the guests. See how far away this needs to be. So this needs to be like there. It's probably the farthest it needs to, the closest it needs to be. Actually, it'll need to be there. So let me do that. So because that's so close to the back, we'll just put it like this. Kind of plop this, let me see, there should be good. And we won't have anything next to that. Quarantine, let's see, we don't need a quarantine over here. We don't need a vet surgery. We do need a staff room, which actually what I think I'm gonna do is put the staff room like up here. Let me actually grab a smaller thing to unlock the smaller squares. Yeah, there we go. I want to put the staff building, I'm going to put a big one. I'm going to put it up here. And that should still be far enough away from the guests. It might be a little close. But that entrance will be from the top, because I want to have a top area there as well. I think so. That looks a little funny, but we will fix it. We don't need a research center, a workshop, I don't think we need one, and a trade center. We might get a trade center in here just to make it easier for moving the animals. And I'll put it facing that door. There we go. And then we'll have the habitat gate like there. I think that should work. So let's see. Staff align to building. Can we align to that grid? We'll do something like that. Guess I can't do that. So that's going to go that way. Like that. Okay, can you just, thank you. And then this will go that way. And I want it to kind of go in here. Try and align to this grid. I want it to go like along this path and then have the door kind of go there, but we'll have to do some adjusting later for that. But I think this is where the habitat door will be. So let me select this building and we can go in and edit it, and this is what we'll build the construction off of. Let's see. I'm just going to build it out of concrete for now. So that's where the habitat will be, or the habitat door will be. And then basically this is going to be blocked off. I think this will have to go out a little bit too because of the way the habitat works. Then the habitat building, we'll have it kind of go out like this, and then we can do like food over here, maybe fresh water there, and then we can have, let's do like an interesting shape by having that go out like a square or so. We'll have it go like that and squeeze it back in like this. And then we can grab the triangular pieces to do their little beds, which actually, now that I think about it, I think the beds should be back here. So we'll have them back here like that. And that's where they'll sleep at night. And then up here is where their food and stuff will be. And here and here will be the little doors for them to go in and out. So let's turn on favorites, grab these station pieces, and then with that way it's like nice and symmetrical. Like that. And that's how they can get out of the building. And that's how they'll get out, and we'll have to adjust the ground just a little bit because we did lower it over here. So what we can do is flatten to terrain. We'll grab this terrain, we can kind of flatten it here, and basically they'll just have to walk down after they get out. What we might have to do is actually remove the water over here just so that we can get this correct. So have this like go out like that, and then over here, and then over here, and then we can put the water back in like that. There we go. And so then they can basically come down out in there in those two ways. So that's a little bit better. Not as big, I think. I still think it's kind of big, but it's okay. So let's go back and editing this building, because we need to figure out how we're going to disguise all this. first thing, let's grab the cement piece and kind of just wrap it around where it needs to be to cover these facilities. So like we need one there. And then we'll wrap this around, and let's use the window pieces in here. And this bug. This will need to go out to there.
Hello?
Oh my god, that girl scared me. It's time to hydrate. The other day, she went off and she scared me, and I thought, because I had my window open, I thought it was somebody in my window. Like, hello? I was like, where the fuck are you? What are you doing in my house? Okay, so we're gonna have this actually come out one square like this, and then we'll have this door to go into the staff facilities there. This little gnat. We'll have it there. I don't think that staff facility will mess with that too much, but we'll have to see. And then this building, we'll have it go, we need a window piece. Like that, and then a door piece. Like that, and then we'll have it kind of just go out one more block, like that. And that will help us make some more interesting roofs. Build it there. I think that's interesting, actually. Is that on the outside? I think it is. Let's switch that, actually. I want this on the inside. Like that. There we go. And then this, we need window pieces. So we'll slide those down. And then these wall pieces can just squeeze in there like that. And this will basically allow us to do some interesting shapes with the roofing, because that kind of helps to break up really boring roofs. And that should be fine. And then for now at least that's fine, and then we'll change it to be more of the logs and the facade pieces. We just need to do the shape like that. So now what we basically need to do, let me adjust here, is we need to work on this underwater area. Actually, the game is supposed to be playing. Oh my god, those people. Did you see them? They like went flying in the air. I'm gonna play the game just so that we get these alligators into our quarantine. So we can start doing research on them. Oh, they are here. They're probably so upset. Social, space. Yeah. Not enough space for them. Because how much space do they want? Yeah, they have like no water. They're very upset. But those are our ladies, and they're gonna be doing some research on them just for a little bit. Let's call the vet and the keeper just to make sure they are getting treated. And then let's go into vet research and actually start doing some research on these alligators. So let's grab Chase, dump him here, so he can start doing a little bit of research, and then we can actually get some enrichment items for them before they need to go into the zoo. That will be helpful. Oh, those people are freaking out. I know. I was just using you for height. So let me grab them. Move them over here. So now let's work on this room. We can attach it to this building. And basically... Let me grab the cement piece. We're just gonna have this kind of go... I'm trying to decide, do you think their little education talk should be underground here, or do you think it should be like on top of this underground area, or do you think it should be somewhere else on the exhibit? Because we're also going to have sort of like a deck area over here as well. I'm not quite sure the best option. Let me lower this, and we're gonna kind of build this in like that. I think that is where our underwater viewing area will be. Like that. And then what we can do is... Did these pieces work over here? Let me turn on snapping. Let's try and grab these in here and throw these down and see if these work. I have a feeling they're not going to be the best option because then we can't use the grid for the path. So let me throw that down. And then what I think we'll do is grab this concrete station piece. Do something like that. And then we're gonna have this piece, oops, sink that down. Like that, oops. We'll do that. Basically build this up to here. And then we can get rid of those two. And that will give us like a really cool little viewing deck. And then what we need to do now is basically separate this building. So I'm gonna grab this, we're gonna grab these pieces and separate that from the building. And then we're gonna move that building back. Oh, separate from building. Move that back. And we'll line this up to the edge of the water. Like that. So this is actually not 4 meters. So let's see what it needs to be. To get it to be this 4-meter height. Dang it, we got a fine. I'm gonna have it like that. Like that height I think is good. So I think that covers the whole, yeah. So we'll do that. A cool underwater view of the gators. Yeah, I think it'll be cool. And then we'll just need to adjust the barrier a little bit. So we'll do that, and then what I think what we'll do to solve this dilemma over here is if we get rid of that, we just need to put the wall there, and then we can put the door piece on the side. And we'll just have them enter from the side instead of on top. And that'll get rid of this whole dilemma of heights. Like that. And then we'll just have this path kind of go around here, which is a little annoying since the other path is there, but maybe we can try and figure that out and make that work. But in general, I think that's the best way we're going to be able to do this different heights. Oops. These different heights. And so that's like the top area that I want. I think the underwater viewing area actually needs to... Let's see, probably bring it in here. And then we'll just have like a little something back there. And that's basically where the viewing area will be. And then the stairs can come down here, basically. Like that. The stairs will come down there, and then we'll have all this viewing area here, and then we'll have like a little informational back there. So I think that works. And the best way to do the path here is to grab a piece like that, separate it from the group, then go into path, and you'll select align to grid, and you'll be able to select that piece for that top grid. Because we're going to do align to grid. We're going to select this piece. I actually think I'm going to do flatten terrain. Not tunneling, we want to flatten. Okay, so actually the problem we have is that this actually goes underground a little bit. And because of that, we can't align the grid. That is going to make it a little bit difficult, but that's fine. We're just going to have to eyeball it. So I'm going to deselect that. I don't need to see that. So let's see. It's going to be a bit of a struggle because we have the alligator exhibit right there, which the path is going to be. Yeah, this is affects water volume. Affects water volume. Let's get rid of the water for now. Because I need to adjust this barrier anyway. So let me see, go here. I'm gonna grab this and kind of line it up in this corner. And then I'm gonna grab this one and line it up in that corner, and then it should be straight. Like that. And then, let me see. If we go into this building, and if I edit this wall really quick, I want to see the height. So I don't think I mind that height. Let's do that. Actually, no, I think that will make things very difficult. So I'll have to put that back. Oh, then we have that there. What we can do is go into paths. Ugh. Let's grab our guest path. We'll do that. Let's turn on snapping to barriers. And then we'll have to turn off flattening terrain because that is what is affecting that. So we'll need to turn off snapping as well. So that will basically snap along this barrier. And then we can align to grid. Like that. Okay. And now we should be able to turn on flatten terrain. Yes, and it will flatten for us. So that's what that looks like. And I wonder, because I'm not quite sure if we have to use the glass barrier for the water. Like, can we just use glass wall pieces? Just because this little gap here is quite annoying. I'm not quite sure how we're going to be able to do that. Let me deselect this. This needs to go up like that. So we need to try and get this at the right height. So I'm just going to do that for now. And then I'm going to take this building and I'm going to try and line it up with these pieces. They need to be like that. That's where those need to be. And then this glass barrier, we should be able to move it. The game is so laggy when I have to move barriers and stuff while it's in play. Obstructed. So it can't get any closer to the path is the problem. So that was able to get a little bit closer. I think think that's the closest we can get it. Let me try and move this piece. Because I want it like that. So it's saying that's the closest I can get that piece, which doesn't make sense. Because how come that piece could be so much closer? Just gonna kind of inch it forward. Come on. Path tool, delete that. Barrier tool, edit that. Okay, let me try and pull this one out a little bit. Like that, and that might help me pull this one back a little bit. Like that. Because that isn't perfect, but I think it looks pretty okay. Let me grab like all that and see if we can push the whole thing back. Nope, I don't want to do that. Because if I select the whole thing, I might be able to kind of like inch it backwards. See if we fit. I think that's the closest we can get it, and that will work. Let me just lower this a little bit. Something like that. I think that's okay. I think that works. It's like not right on the wall, but we can move the wall. The path will just have like a little gappy thing. So we'll do like that. And now the glass is actually in the wall. The path is lined up. Place that there. Now what we need to do is select the path, align it to grid, and align it to that. Let's grab our elevated path and basically, okay, I see what we did. So this piece actually is incorrect now, so I'm gonna delete it. We need to go in here, grab that piece, duplicate it, plop it on top, select it, separate it from group, go to path, align to grid, make sure we're selecting the one that we want. We'll select that grid, and then this will be able to basically go there like that. These can't go up here because of that grid, which is interesting. Oh my goodness. So you said you love those articles that were all over the place just last year. What's causing all the honeybees to die off? And it was essentially because the industry of pollinating, that they had locked them in their colony boxes while they were transporting them around in trucks, and so they were locked in boxes with their own feces and get sick and die. Is that true? Or is that like propaganda? Because that sounds sad. That's true? That sounds sad. Okay, so what we need to do is select these two buildings. And we're running at a bit of an error because the height. So because this isn't a full 4 meter height, we can't put the path in there correctly. So we're gonna have to change that height, put that there, which is fine. I don't mind the height difference. I think that wall still works there. I think we can still get to this fine. But now what we need to do is we'll go to paths, we'll align to grid, and we'll select this one, which is now here. So there's that. And then these are going to line up, hopefully. I'm going to have to do a little weird finagling because I want this to have like a little staircase. So I need this to go there. And then we'll try and... Okay, can you not go there? I don't want you to connect to that. Let me just get this to kind of get out of our way. Okay, we need to turn off snapping. Just kind of have that fall there. Okay, can you just go over here and leave us alone? I want this, so let's turn on snapping. So that does that, which I don't want. So we're just going to delete that for now. And I will do my own little stairs. I want little tiny stairs to go up there. So let's go to terrain, align to grid, that grid.
They refer to it as colony collapse disorder. The EPA does.
So why is this all obstructed? We still can't build it, and is it because of these? I think it is. I'm confused. I thought it was the right height, so let me actually deselect from grid really quick. And let me see how tall. Oopsie. This needs to be able to place a path on it. Needs to be there. What's the height difference? Like a smidge, a small smidge. So let me move these up again. Just need to move them up a small bit. Something like that. And then we can get rid of these paths. And let's just build up this path again, just so we can make sure that it can be placed there because we want it. Terrain modification failed. No, we do not want to flatten terrain. So that's going to be there. And then we need to align to this grid. And that will go there, which let me actually deselect because this needs to go down. Obstruction. What is the obstruction? Is it terrain? Probably. Let me go to paths. We're going to align to grid. Put one there. Deselect. And that's going to go up. That's going to go down. And it's crooked. Slightly. Why? How is that happening? So let's actually delete this path down here and let me make sure this is all lined up properly because we're going to align to grid. We want it to align to that. Okay, so now this isn't letting us place. Oh, okay. I see what the problem is. I see what the problem is. So basically this building is intersecting with the barrier, so we can't align the grid to that. But the grid that top piece is on to make the top piece of the stairs is slightly adjusted because we moved the whole thing. Do we have any vet research yet? Nice. Awesome, almost completely done. And let's actually go check weird. Oh, they just got another one. Let's actually go check the market and see if we have any better male alligators in yet. Okay, so we do. We have a few males here. This one's pretty young, a little small, and a little sick. So maybe not the best. And then we do have this one here, which their immunity is really bad. And they have really bad stats. So we're going to wait another 5 minutes and see if we can find someone better than that. But first what I'm going to do is we're going to take this building and we need to adjust it basically back like that. And then what we need to do is align the path to that. Yep, align the path to that. Here, deselect. Then we're gonna say align to grid there, deselect. Now we should be able to go and up and connect those. It's giving us an obstruction. That's weird that they're not lining up. So let me do that. I'm not quite sure what the problem was there, but that's fine now. And then we will align to grid and do that. Why we obstructed again? Is it that corner piece maybe? Well, that works. So I think it is the corner piece. So let's go to barriers. We just need to adjust. Basically tinkering, paths, barriers, and waterman. We'll do that. Path. Align to grid. That one. Still can't place it. I'm just gonna leave that like that. I'm okay with that being circular. So let's do that. And we're gonna leave that open really quick just so that I can see what I'm doing, but then we will do the above ground basically, and we're gonna probably use this wooden piece and we're going to align it to this grid, and then we should be able to place it. That's actually not straight, which is weird. So deselect that grid. I want to align to that grid. Okay, there it is. And it won't let us place path. I'm not quite sure why that's being weird. But basically this is supposed to... Yeah, see how crooked that is? Why is that crooked like that? It shouldn't be. It's supposed to be lined up with this piece here. Because if I go in here, basically this piece is there. We took this, we separated it from the building, and then we went into path and we selected align to the grid, which should be that one right there. And it won't let me build this here because it is hitting that, but it shouldn't be a problem. Let's just build this across, which is good. So I basically want it to be like that. And then across here. We can't place that there because of the barrier, but the barrier is the same height, so I'm not quite sure why that's a problem. So let me go grab barriers. And we're gonna try and move that down a smidge. See if that helps. Let's see, align to grid. It doesn't, because I want that to be there, and then we'll have like a small staircase at the bottom there. Like that. But for some reason... Okay, let me go to barriers. And we're actually going to grab these pieces here. I'm going to make them no barriers. And see if that helps. Why can't this be a null barrier? There we go, make it glass. Maybe that will help. Let's go back to path. Align to grid. Bam. Okay, so that works. We just need to make sure that this barrier here.
Hello?
Oh, time to hydrate. Drink water. Hydrate.
I just drank water before that went off.
What? How's that interesting?
That I timed it perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. More vet research. They are getting to work. Almost done. Let's go check male alligators in our shops. Our market, our animal market. This one's messed up too. The immunity's okay. But fertility not that big of a problem. We do probably need to start breeding some animals. Especially some of these older ones. But the size is tiny. This one only has about a minute left, so if I speed up the game. Hopefully we can get... What does do research? Do they live longer? So research helps us to get enrichment items and stuff that we put into the habitat, so that when we put them in there, they'll be happier. And sometimes the animals can have like really crazy enrichment items that you have to try and squeeze into the habitat after you build it. So I like to do all of my research before I put them in the zoo. Oh, look at this beautiful guy. 67% in size, 83% in fertility, 67% in immunity. He's got a green-black scaled skin with yellow markings, very, very standard. And the only thing that's a little bit low is his longevity, but that's fine because we have animal aging on slow. So let's adopt him, and we're going to send him to our little quarantine pit to make sure he can get tested for some diseases. How are these guys doing? They're probably so upset because we don't really have much enrichment for them. How are you guys doing? 50%, not too bad. Yeah, they're having some social issues. Probably one of the social issues is also that they don't have a male, because they are a patriarchy society? They might be matriarchal, I'm not sure. But what we need to do, they need a bioengineering building. I want to see one at 100% scale, 25-foot long gator. Well, you know, what was I doing yesterday? I was trying to find sculptures of beavers, and there was this one really stupid one built out of art pieces, but then someone also built one out of rock, and it was massive. That's basically what... Oh, Tyler is our male alligator. That's pretty cool. So we'll have this like nice cool viewing deck up here. I kind of like that. And then we have the underground viewing deck. Nothing too crazy. I don't know if we're actually going to put the education thing down there just because... I'm like, oh man, it might be a little weird. But let me try and attach this. You know what? It's a little crooked. It's a little weird. I don't know why. But that's fine. That is totally fine. What if we delete this? And then we go down. Oop. And we connect that like that. Perfect. And this path down here... underground. I usually like to do the cute little the water path, especially if it's down like underwater like this. But I'm not quite sure if that will work since it's not completely underground. But let's go ahead and use this, and if we decide to change it later, we can. I don't think we're gonna do the education thing back here. I think we're gonna do like a really cool little what is it called? Like nature feature back there. But in general, I think this would just be kind of like a go underground to see. And then we might do the education over there by the deck that we're gonna do, the other deck. So over here, basically what this is going to be is just kind of a nice cool viewing area. What we're gonna need to do is lower this path down, which we're gonna use the gravel path, which I've actually learned how to do this really cool thing with the stairs. So if you go down here and you select elevated lengths and you lower it all the way down to the 1.64 feet, you can actually deselect this grid. Now when you go down, it makes little baby stairs. So we can do that to connect that up much more smooth. And then we can kind of smooth that out there a little bit to get much more of a smooth entrance up onto that cool little deck. Oh my gosh, we're having babies. How are we having babies? Everybody should be on contraceptives. Let me just pause the game. We do have vet research completed. That should be all of it. Awesome. American Alligator is researched, which means we can pause the game to save us some processing. What is this? It should have been too far away. Which one? The beaver. Yeah, well, that's because the beavers are gone. So let's change that to moose. So our animals over here in Sir Reginald's terrarium are having babies. They're having babies. They should not be having babies. Yeah, yes, I know life will find a way, but they shouldn't because our males are castrated. They should not be able to have babies. So let me go see. Let's turn this by that. So I see the problem. We do have some animals that are not on contraceptives. All Jurassic Park creatures are female. That's true. That is true. They were all lesbians. So our American bullfrogs need to be on contraceptives. And then we have a few. So we have this badger. He needs to be on contraceptives. Oh, we can actually see where they were born, which we will adjust that in a second. This is our red knee. Yep. So that's the one that was just born. The thing is, we want to make sure all these people are on contraceptives, especially, oh, our alpha wolf. He's not supposed to be on contraceptives because he's actually supposed to be having babies, but I guess he never did. We can actually check sources and see who was born in our zoo, because when it comes to the exhibit animals, they can't be being born because the exhibits are basically at the limit. I put them in at exactly how much they need to be. So we have captive birth there. And then we just need to make sure we don't have any Sir Reginald Zoo here. So yeah, this badger. We had a baby badger. Okay. We had a baby badger a year ago. So we're going to release those animals to the wild. Have fun, you guys. And then I want to go take a look at this baby badger that we apparently had. Because I don't remember getting a notification about that. I did want the wolves to have babies. I wanted them to have 5 babies, but I totally forgot to... I had to wait for them to be someone to become alpha, and I messed that up. So let's see. Where is this baby? He's a year old. Is that him? No. It's hard to tell which one is your wee little baby. Let me click this habitat. One of them is only a year old and was born here at our zoo. Let's see. Here it is. The beavers should have babies. They're getting pretty old. Yeah, all the animals are getting pretty old. Oh, look at our wee little lad down here. Little lad. Because some of the exhibits have like their limited amount of how many people can, or how many animals can be in each one. But I think we're gonna what I'm gonna do is basically go off stream, after stream, and I'll pretty much go through each exhibit and see like which ones the animals can still mate and let them mate, and that way when we come back to the next stream we'll have some babies being born. That's probably what we'll do. So this building, so now people can come up here and view, and people can also go down and view. I think that works. I'm just trying to think of a better way to organize this. This is probably the best way to organize this. People kind of come up and just like funnel in, and then what we want to do is see if we can get the path to sort of snake back around, because it needs to go back here like that. And then let's see, so it needs to go down like that, and then it needs to go in this building. So over here I think it should be fine. I mean, it clips in quite a bit, but it's kind of tucked around, so I don't really think we'll see it. So we just kind of need to switch those around, and then the staff will go in that door. So we'll have that go there, and then the door over here. There we go. And it just kind of looks like a smaller path from the outside, and when we cover up the inside you won't really be able to see it. And then we just need to have the path connect all the way over here, which we want staff path like that. We'll have it connect. So it looks like this got a little weird when I tried to flatten terrain. So let me just get rid of those paths there, and we're going to use the flatten terrain tool. Kind of flatten this area out so the paths aren't atrocious. And that can't flatten out because, is it because of this building that's literally over here and has nothing to do with what's going on over there? Apparently. So we're going to go into this building. I'm going to just move it out of the way really quick. Can we go into this building and edit it, please? I'm going to grab that, move it back here. Flatten terrain. I really hate the terrain tool. It is like not optimized at all. So we grab that. Now we go into this building. We move that down. Okay, now we can go into path and connect this up, and then we can get the barriers in. So that's gonna come, it needs to be staff path. We'll come in here. That's gonna go into the habitat there. That's gonna go this way, and none of these paths can be built because of this stupid barrier that's peeking through for some reason. So I'm gonna grab that, move it out of the building. It's nowhere near it. Oh my god. So let me move that again. I am so done with paths and barriers and water right now. I just want to place some plants. Still can't place it. Terrain too uneven. Oh my god. Is that better? Apparently. So the terrain's too uneven to place there, but it totally placed there just fine. Like that, like that. Obstructed. By what? Let me see if I turn off snapping. Whew. Let me go grab this barrier again. Let me just delete it. Now I can go into paths. Let's see what is obstructing this. So it wasn't even that. Obstructed, 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 obstructed. By what? There's like nothing over here. Oh my god. No, it's not that. Let me just get rid of all this. We're gonna go to terrain. Flatten all this out. Path. Let's see. Nope. Snap that there. Okay. That fixed it, I guess. We do align to grid. Select that one. Drop that down. Deselect. Down. It totally worked before, or did it even do steps? It didn't do steps. So what we need to do is actually go down here and adjust the elevation. Lower that down. Then we can go down. It gives us a little bit. Yeah, and then have that snap like that. And in. There we go. Good enough. Good enough. The barriers are attached. And now we can try and, I don't even know where we are. I can try and place this habitat barrier, and then we can actually get some sort of a shape going here for what we want to work with. So let's use, I think we can use one of these little half gates because they shouldn't be able to jump. Do something like that. So turn off snapping. What? Angle snap is off. Angle snap is off, but yet it still wants to angle snap. Interesting. Let me get rid of that. Let's try this again. Barrier. Why is it stuck on angle snap? I have it turned off. Fine, we're gonna do this the hard way. I'm going to get a null barrier. Pop this in the corner. Pull it across like that. There we go. We'll do that, and then we'll attach that to that. So it says no, because this path is here, as if that couldn't connect. So we'll get rid of that, go to barriers, grab this little gate, plop that there. So now we have our little gate, and we can kind of try and place like a barrier around. I know the one around the back is kind of just going to be like a, we'll probably just use a chain link fence. And just kind of do something like that. We'll go kind of straight across the corner there. And then it'll pretty much just go straight across the back. But I'm going to use chain link just because it's a little less like visible. And then I think what we'll do is we'll kind of go back to here. I'll turn snapping off because I want to try to eyeball this. And this is going to go straight across here. And then we'll kind of have it sneak its way onto that. I'll just put it there and then I'll move it. Like that. And then we will null barrier. sort of, I have to snake around like something like this. And kind of go this way a little bit. And then go in here. There we go. So that should be that whole habitat. It's a pretty good size, I think. Pretty good size for them. Let's actually see. We needed 50,000 traversable area, so hopefully this is like incomplete, it says. Oh, yeah, it's actually not connected here. Which we can, let's see, grab this one. We'll do the null barrier up to there. Kind of sneak it in back here. And then connect it to that. Is that too short? It is too short, so let me sneak that back there. Too short. There we go. Just to give them that little bit of space there, which will probably be covered with trees anyway, so whatever. So we have habitat 12, which we're going to name our the Everglades habitat, and we want, fingers crossed, something around like 80,000 to 90,000. Okay, so we're at 54,000, which is okay because they needed about what was it? It was like 46,000 or 4,600. Oh wait, yeah. Okay, wait. I think this is way more than enough space. Actually, I think it's way too big. So they need 2,200 square feet and then 2,200 that is water. And if we put the water in, let's hopefully hope it lets us put the water in. So it is obstructed. And what is obstructing it is this over here. Needs to be glass or something. So let me grab this barrier here. We're going to have to move it like that. See if we can select these. Actually, let me grab this. I'm just going to move it into that. And that needs to try and be glass, which is going to give me the hardest time ever. Move it out here like that. So that needs to go glass. There we go. So that way the water can go in. Because if we have 22,000 plus 22,000, that is almost like 5,000. Rough water? No, we don't want rough water. Beautiful. So there is our water. Goes all the way across. Nice. So let's see what it's saying about the statistics. So we have about 46,000 square feet, and then we have about 16,000 square feet of water. So we actually have like 4 times as much land and water as our wee little alligators are gonna need. We might be able to get a few more than just 6. Maybe. Let's go to the animal training. And let's get a few more. Because right now we have 5 female and 1 male. So maybe we'll get another male and another 5 female and basically have like 2 pods. So let's look at this male. No, let's look at this male. Oh, not really. So let's buy up these 5 females. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we're gonna wait. I'm gonna play the game just so that we can wait for that time clock to end, and then hopefully we'll be able to get a better male. And then while we're waiting, I'm gonna take the women. Actually, let's take this pod from the quarantine, and we will move them into the actual habitat so they have a little bit more space, because right now they are quite upset about space. So let's move them. Let me actually pause the game because moving the animals sometimes makes my game a little bit laggy. So we're gonna move them into the Everglades because I feel like 6 is kind of not a lot for this habitat, especially for a creature that's not really that endangered. So I'm gonna click that. We'll move them, and then when they all get in here, we'll put all those other ones in quarantine. So let me put, can we adjust this yet? Because does it say that they're in there? No, it says that it's empty. So I'm gonna go into habitat. We're gonna put some food and bed and stuff in here for them, just so that they can at least have something. Let's see, so let's go by species. American alligator. Let's see what we're working with, and we will get rid of blueprints. So beds. Start with beds. Let's do the large beds, just so they can lay across them pretty well. And we'll put these kind of in here, and that's where they can lay and hang out, like that. And then maybe I'll take a few of the small ones and kind of do a little something like that, just to kind of decorate the place up. And then we will go into food and water. Oh yeah, I forgot that they would technically use the underwater feeders, but I don't think the area we have is going to be big enough for them. So let's get a large food tray, and we'll plop. I don't know why snapping is being a bother. So we'll have, let's do food boxes. Let's do one over here and one over here, just so that there's more than enough room for them to eat, since they are kind of funky with the way that they stand and sit around. And then we will put this water pipe, which they don't need because they do have the water out there as well, but we can just kind of squeeze this pipe in there to ensure that they always have clean water. And that works like that, because we actually will need to squeeze utilities in here. Oh, here they come. And let's go to enrichment. We're going to throw a few toys down for them. Do they really like this platform float? Didn't think that they would like that. So we have this. Just gonna kind of throw some toys out here for them. For example, they have this big mud pit they like, which they are annoying to squeeze in. So I'm gonna put that there. They also have a rubbing pad. We can put that over here. And maybe we'll put some of these frozen blood-filled pumpkins out here for them. Like that, just so that they don't feel completely sad. Yeah, so their enrichment is okay. And then we can get their nutrition up a little bit by selecting this. And we can actually, we go in here to animals, which one of them has an alert on them. Why do we have an animal alert? They're moving. Why do we have an animal alert? I'm not sure. This guy. Welfare. Social. Space. Is it because of traversable area? It is. He's too big and he can't fit outside of these little gates. That's interesting. Why not? I feel like he totally can squeeze out there. But basically what we need to do then is come in here, take these out, and we'll have to put these pieces across the top so that the large alligators, the male alligators, can get out of this side. Like that. And so now he should be a little bit happier with his space. Let me pause the game because we need to move the other alligators from animal trading into quarantine. So let's go in here. We're going to grab them. We should have 5 females. And why do they cannot be released into the wild? I know. And we're going to throw them into the quarantine just so they can be tested for things. Before we move them into the main habitat. And then we can also go check animal market. Let's see what the male, so this one has about 2 minutes left on them before we can see if we get somebody better. So Now this guy's traversable area should be a little bit better. Yes. So now he can get to all these places. Yes, he can escape here right now, but we are going to fix that with like rocks and stuff. And then some of this water area he can't actually get into. And that's probably just because it's too steep. And let's see with staff. So staff actually can't get over here, but that's okay. And they can't get onto that little thing. So we got to make sure we don't put any enrichment items there, which I think we're mostly just going to put enrichment items here. Let's request a keeper to make sure they're putting food in these things. Okay, so that works. Are they just like chilling there? Oh, time to hydrate. Everybody drink water.
Hello?
Okay. So we're gonna let them hang out in there while we are working. They shouldn't really run to escape right now. And I'll work on editing that building after we kind of get them all tweaked and stuff. So what we need to do now is after all these animals get put in here, let me see. Let's see, we gotta make sure everybody's putting this. There's 1, 2, 3. I can't really see. I think that's all 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so they're all in here. I'll pause the game for now. And what we're gonna do is sort of do some actual editing of the ground. So we don't want, let's see, let's go to nature. And we need to choose continent North America. And for biome, we want aquatic and temperate. And that should give us pretty much everything we need to work with. What is this? African cluster. Don't think that's what we need. Just kind of looking at these blueprints to see if maybe there is something already built that will kind of work. We have some beaver dams, a cave, Bengal tigers. I don't see any like marshland things, so we can just go ahead and turn off blueprints for now. That will help us narrow down this massive thing. So what we're gonna do first is sort of tweak the sides of these areas. So what we need to do is kind of come over here. I want to build the path where it's gonna be. That way we can decide where we need to put make this bigger actually. Yeah, we'll do about that big because these are quite popular animals. We'll do something like that. And then we'll go this way. And that way. Nope, not that. Like that. Like that. Because I want this to be like a circle. And then we will use a smaller path. And I basically want to, yeah, do something like that. Maybe we'll have one there and one over here, but we're going to need to lower the elevation length. We can do some cute little smaller stairs. Something like that. Let me think. How can we get this to look better? Because that looks atrocious. What if we do some stairs like there? Like that. So there. We'll do that. And then, so we need to try and get this to snap. Okay. So I'm going to have this go up. We'll make it bigger. That should be a good height because we need it to go. Why is it so long? Do we have the length turned up? We do. That might have been why it was being weird. We need to have it kind of do like a diamond. That should be good. Create a circle like that, and then this, basically have it snap like that, and there we go. So that's basically what I wanted. So we'll have this like really cool viewing pad for people to come up and kind of see this whole area with the alligators. And I think that's really cute. And let's check the traversability with the use of females because they're smaller. Actually, is this saying that this alligator can traverse all those areas? So I'm going to check this. We have the alligator selected. Oh, staff traversable. No, we want to do traversable area for this animal. Because I want to see. So it looks like that doesn't necessarily completely block it off, but that's fine. We're going to do sort of like a faux barrier, kind of like we did at the beaver exhibit there. So we don't have to worry about them escaping there. We just kind of need to block off this area here and this area right there, which we can kind of use rocks and mangroves and bamboo, and that will kind of make it just not traversable because they just literally can't get through it. So let's go to rocks. Let's get some temperate rocks, and we're gonna kind of fill in some rocks here. Let's not snap to surface, please. We're just gonna kind of squeeze a couple in to give us like the rough shape that we want to work with. Because I also want to use, I'm excited to use the mangrove pieces. Put one over there, and then we'll get some other pieces and kind of squeeze them in. Something like that. Maybe put another piece under there. We're just going to kind of do a rough rock work like this. Maybe get a piece over here. We'll get some pieces in there like that. So that'll basically be the rock work there. And then what we need to do is go in here, find our mangroves, which are also bramble will help. If we get our bramble bush, I think there's a bigger one. Yes, this bramble bush, they don't think they can get through it because it's kind of thorny. So I'll put a couple bramble bushes in. Sink that a little bit lower. We'll just kind of sprinkle these in like that. We do have our reeds, which I want to place a few reeds in front of this area here, like that. And they shouldn't be able to get in through there. All right, now we have our mangroves. So let's put a mangrove here, and let's put one over here to kind of help frame the view, where guests can actually view these guys. And then we can put a couple, nope, not there. Put a couple in like here. Make sure we're just rotating. Nice mangrove forest there. And they shouldn't be able to get through that. And then we can kind of sprinkle some in over here, kind of as the mangrove forest kind of sprinkles off. And then we'll use these reeds here to kind of give us some more water coverage like that. There probably wouldn't be reeds there. We can use them like kind of sprinkle them in there like that. I think that looks really cool. I have to sneeze. Excuse me. They should be able to still get through there. So what we need to do is find, what is this? That's really small. Maybe some of this can help. Kind of squeeze that in there. Maybe do some like that. And they should not be able to get out of these. There might be a few spots where they can technically squeeze through. So we'll have to check. But in general, I think that should be a good natural barrier for them. So let me grab our female. We'll look at our traversable area. Let's play that there. And let's see if she can get out any spots now. Okay, so over there it says she can escape, but I think that is a matter of the barrier actually not being completely pushed back. Yes, so the barrier goes up to right there because we do have this barrier here. I'm not sure if I want to connect this to the beaver barrier because then it starts to get really weird. Let me see. If we do that, okay, that works. Grab this one. Okay, let me get rid of that. It's gonna be like, oh no, you broke a barrier. I know. We'll get rid of that one. And then we'll grab this one. Connect it. I think that worked. Okay, and then we just need to add one here. Move that back. And then this should be, it's kind of hard to see what's going on. So that goes this way and down. So we'll grab this one and kind of move it maybe like that. And that should fix that problem, I think. So let me get out of here. We'll select her and we'll check her traversable area. Let that update. Give it a second. And I think it's fine. Yeah, there doesn't look like there's anywhere that she can escape. So this area, the barrier is now up. So now it's just a matter of decorating the inside. And I think it already looks pretty cool from here. If you were to come in here, you should be able to see the alligators kind of on that ledge. Maybe over here you can kind of peek through and see them over there. Because I don't like the viewing areas to basically be able to view the entire exhibit. I want there to be certain spots that you can go to get a really good view of like this specific area. I think that's a really cool thing to do. So now what we basically need to do is go in here and decorate all this. So all this is going to be sort of mangrove, probably like all this over here as well. So let's go into nature. We might need to do a few rock assemblages. So let me do a few of those. Like maybe over here. We'll probably mangrove this up over here. So that it doesn't feel so I guess stark with the chain link fence blocking them. Do like that. Rotate that, please. We'll do that. Maybe some rocks over here. Let me grab these other flat ones. Kind of get some other shapes in here. Look at that. Now I'll just have to double check that they can't get over that, which they shouldn't be able to. But yeah, so we have some little rocks over here. We can go into the plants now, and we do have these beech trees, which I think are pretty much going to fill up this whole back area for us, because they're quite large. We can really use them to get some coverage. This one might be too big to really place anywhere because of the boundary, so we might have to like put that one like over here. Let's see how close we can get it. Okay, I'm just gonna put it there. I think that's about as close as we're gonna be able to get it, and I want to use that nice big tree. And maybe we can get like a littler one here and one there, and then we have these tiny little beech trees, which we can put maybe like couple in here and there like that, and that just kind of gives us some backdrop coverage, and then maybe we can put one kind of over here. We also have these bald, what are they called? Cypress, these bald cypress, and these are kind of fun. Let's put some of these kind of closer to the water because these really look like the Everglades right there. Because let me get a picture. I do have some pictures pulled up, but I think the phone is gonna die. Yeah, basically we're looking at like lots of lily pads and these trees and stuff, so these should be able to like squeeze into places like this. Let me get a different size. I think this is a much bigger one. Kind of squeeze some of these in here like that, because these are going to be right up against the water like that. And then let's get a couple more of the smaller ones, sort of sprinkle them around some of these big ones like that. Very cool. And then I don't know what those are. These are just little bits. Then what I think is, in general, we might let me actually throw a couple of those ones over here as well. Just a few to kind of help give some coverage. And then what we're gonna do is go in with a bunch of reeds. I want to start in the back here. We're basically just gonna like, is this the big one? We're basically just gonna kind of like fill in these water edges with like reeds like this, especially at the ends and the wide junctions like that. And we're also gonna go in with the other reeds too, the ones without the cattails. So let me do like those there. I might get a couple in over here, bunch in here like that, and just kind of squeezing these in. Oops, see, where are we? There we are. Then I'm just gonna kind of plop these in on these edges down here, especially like these really shallow ends where it's probably like super marshy. Like that. Maybe we'll put a couple kind of in here. There we go. Let's come over here. We already have a few there. Let's kind of squeeze some in near this tree, over by this tree. I think we'll also include some over here, these areas, and then maybe like kind of frame out this little sleeping area for them. Maybe this area up here needs some cool reeds like that, especially these corner bits where it's like gross. Squeeze some in there. Okay, now let's grab the other reeds, these ones, and we're going to use the slightly smaller ones and kind of just sprinkle those in like that. Kind of just give some more variability. That. Let me use some of the bigger ones over here. You just kind of put a couple there, maybe a couple here and there. And I also think we're going to use some of the ambience sound effects as well and put some like frogs croaking and stuff like that. Let's put some reeds in like this spot, maybe a couple in here and here. Oh, that last one was a little too low. Raise that up. Maybe we'll pull them back like that. Squeeze some in over here. I kind of want to put these ones in the back a little bit to kind of give us some framing. And then I'm just going to kind of one there, and something like that. Maybe we'll squeeze one in here. Yeah, we'll probably have a couple in here. Like that. This is probably going to shrink their traversability quite a bit. Let me sink these down and put some in this area here. And over here should be fine. Yeah, I think that is in general pretty okay. For their little marshland. We might have to put some over here because this is looking a little barren. Put some over here too. Like that. There we go. And then we might want to just put a few mangroves in over here since this is kind of like the mangrove forest. And then we will go in with lily pads. So let me get the large mangrove. Put those ones in first. Is this aligning to surface? No, but it has snapping turned on, so let's turn that off. Kind of sink it down just a bit. So let me put a few large mangroves in. Like that. And then we'll put a few medium ones in. Like that. And then maybe a bunch of small ones kind of along the coast there. Like this. And we'll kind of keep that open for maybe them to kind of go up in there and bask. But in general, I mean, that was a pretty quick placement. I think it looks pretty okay. The back here looks a little barren. I'm not quite sure how to fix this. Like this area back here. This is supposed to be like sort of the backdrop, but it's very bland. We might need to get some like bushes that are kind of close to the ground. Like that. And sort of kind of place them maybe along this barrier to give us sort of like a natural looking wall. Something like that. And then we can go check what that looks like. Sprinkle a few other ones in here to give us some different shapes and stuff. Okay, let's see if that looks better. Capped off. Yeah. Just kind of caps off that back a little bit, so it's like more of a backdrop that we have. I don't think that should mess up the traversability too bad. We'll have to check. So let's go ahead and grab her. We're going to check traversability because originally everything was available, but now there is a lot less space. But that's fine because we have a massive habitat. They only need or only want about 4,300 land and 4,900 square feet of water, and we are giving them about 40,000. So we'll see. Let's close this. Get out of here. Let me play the game and we will see how the traversability adjusts. We might have a problem with water because we might have halved how much water they're capable of swimming in. So update please any second now. Okay, here we go. Okay. So it looks to be still pretty good. They can't really get up over here, and that's fine, but they can still get in this little bit here. Can they get in any of that water back there? They can get in some of these little spots of water. They can still get in this huge back area here, all this water in there. That's good. Let's actually check the traversability of the male. Okay. He wants a little bit more soil. He is skating kind of on the just not enough water, but he is still okay. He is still okay. Let's see, space and stuff, that's all still fine. He's all still okay. He can get back into that area. He can get into some of these pockets of water here, which what we can probably do to help him is if we go to like these larger areas of swimming, like this area, if we adjust these rocks and reeds a little bit, he might be able to kind of swim in here. And that might make him a little bit happier. Because this is like a pretty deep area for swimming over here. So if we do something like that, play the game. Oh, play the game. Let's see him adjust his traversability, see if he can make it over here. Oh, I didn't even click him. Click U. Yeah, so now he can get over there. And how does that yeah, so that greatly increased his water. So he is happy. He just wants a little bit more soil, which no problem, dude. We can give you a little bit more soil. Let me go in here, not multi-selection, to terrain. Pause the game just for a second. We can put some mud pretty much in these areas where they're basically going to be playing with the water. So like this area would probably be super muddy. So we'll make that all muddy, probably over here and stuff, and maybe a little bit up here. It'll probably be muddy like all in this area when they're coming in and up out of the water. Probably all along this area, like these areas here where they're probably gonna like sit and bask in the water. Maybe a little bit up here. Definitely up in this mangrove forest, we're gonna see a lot more mud. Like that. Yeah, and then maybe I'll just kind of skate some mud along the edge here. Just so it doesn't look super clean. Okay, let me see how he feels about that now. So terrain, yeah, he's enjoying it. He would probably prefer a little bit more rock. And sand. But yeah, in general, I think that's okay, the painting. Back here is a little open, but that's fine. We might put some enrichment items. Let me actually go into paths. And I want to kind of muddy this up a bit. Because I would assume it would be quite muddy in here for them. Okay, so that looks good. Alright. I like this little exhibit here. Their little thing. So let's actually do some adjustment with their enrichment toys. So I'm going to move this. And actually where it might be a fun place to put this is because we can't put any of the food enrichment on this side because the keepers can't get there. So let's put that there. And we can actually like kind of try and frame this with the mangroves, so it's like the mangrove forest they're playing in. Kind of push this like over here like that, so they can come in here and play in the mud by the mangroves. I'll just have to check traversability, make sure they can get in there. We can also maybe put a little mud pond sort of back in here. I think that'd be kind of cute. One that's not completely visible to the guests, but that they can have fun playing in. Let me put one like in here. Yeah, that seems fun. Let me just check the terrain on that. I think I did adjust the terrain here, but they can come in and get in on this side, so that should be okay. But yeah, but just like a fun little mud pond for them to play there. Sorry, all the trees everywhere. I'm sorry if it's making the visibility annoying. So we're gonna move like these toys and stuff sort of like where they would make sense, like this rubbing pillar. I'm gonna put pretty much on this tree, and I'm gonna put a few other ones on some of the other trees as well. This food thing, I think I'm gonna keep this sort of over here, just so that the keepers don't have to go that far to put food in the enrichment toys. So I'm gonna put it like here. Yep, like that. And then these pumpkin piece things, we can kind of squeeze those maybe like in these kind of outlet areas. I'll put one there. Maybe we can put one kind of over here. And then what other enrichment things do they have? So food enrichment, these ones are the ones that need to stay near this habitat. I'm gonna put this little ice one over here. I like to put the ice ones near, very close, because I like to imagine that they melt quickly. Let's put the flat fish feeder in here. I don't think it's going to be deep enough at all. Oh, hydrate, everybody, time to drink water.
Hello?
I'm gonna put this in. I don't think it's gonna be deep enough. Feeder not deep enough, yes. So we don't need to worry about that. And then for toys, they don't need them to be near here because they can kind of, they don't need the keepers to adjust them for them. So let me put like a rubbing pad over here for them. Like that. That'll be a fun little rubbing pad to go on mess with. I want to put some of these rubbing pads like on the trees and stuff. So let's put these bark ones on so they kind of blend in. Do that. I don't mind that one there. Maybe we can put one up here. Kind of over here near the mangroves. We can come up there and rub on that. Soccer ball. We can squeeze the soccer ball in. Let's put it over here. I'm not really a big fan of the toys that look superhuman, just because they bother me a little bit, but let's put the rubber ducky in over here. We want to make sure they have full enrichment, so we have to put in what we have. Put another rubber ducky over here. Sprinkler. Let's squeeze the sprinkler in there. And then maybe we can also put one like here. And ooh, let's put one over here on top of this rock. Which I don't think they can actually get to that, but that's fine. We can also put some water jets like over here. Like that. Kind of fun, you know, playing on the rocks. Oh, excuse me. Let's see if the traversability is good. So I'm actually going to take these blood scent marker enrichments and squeeze them kind of over here. I like to put them in spaces like that so that while they're eating they have that enrichment of the blood smell. So let me grab him. We're going to check his new traversability with these new toys and stuff because they will block some of his path since he is a big boy. We want to make sure that he doesn't go too far below his demand. So let's play the game for a second and see how he feels. Is it adjusting? There we go. Takes a second. Okay, so that's fine. Yeah, so he's still got all of that ability, which he can actually come up here and use that scratching board. He can use the mud pit. He can't get up on these rocks, which is okay. And he can't actually get over here, which I'm going to adjust this because I want him to be able to get over onto this flat bit here. So what we're going to do is I'm actually going to move that sort of in. See if that makes it to where he can actually squeeze kind of like through there now. Maybe he can get through here because I want him to be able to come up on this area and relax because I think that'd be a really cool view. Can you get through there now? Still can't. Maybe we should just focus on this one. So what is blocking him from getting through? Probably this. Let's move this out of the water. Like that. Move this one out of the water a little bit. Like that. And he should be able to get in now. Let's see what his traversability is looking like. We just needed to update. Just because he's bigger, so he needs a little bit more space to squeeze through. So we still can't get through, and it's probably all these bits here. So let me get rid of one of them. And that was a pretty big one, so we can get rid of that one. Maybe if we push this in, he can squeeze in there. So that adjusted it a little bit. He still can't get in there quite, so let me get rid of these and see if this is what is causing the problem. Select him because I want him to be able to come over here and hang out and mess with that. So no, it's nothing with that. Is it this? Let's move that over here. Obstructed, obstructed, obstructed. Okay, I can't see what's obstructing it. Oh, there's a sprinkler there. Let me just delete that then. Let's see what that does to his traversability, because I want him to be able to come over here. It might just be too steep. You think that's the problem? You think it's just too steep? So he can't like climb up there, or he can't like float up there? He might need... Yeah, we might have to... Let me pause the game. We're going to have to do some terrain editing, which I think we should be able to do this without moving the water. No. Okay, so let me delete the water. Let me push this down a smidge over here. Oof. Yeah, okay. It's a little bit too much. Let's make this a little bit smaller. Push that down, and then we'll smooth that. Wish we can use a bigger brush for the smoothing. Just kind of smooth all of this out so he can get all the way in there. The water back. Okay, so he should be able to get over there now. Wait, let's check his traversability. We need to give it a sec to update. Maybe we can plop him over there. Yes, some of the animals probably got messed up. What is happening? Okay, because of the water moving. So let's wait and see. Can you reassess your traversability, please, for me? So we can see. Is this climbing? Walkable? Climbable, maybe? This guy's heading over here. So you're telling me... Okay, finally. Alright. Is the alligator habitat done? I'm pretty much... The habitat itself is done. Yeah, we're just gonna need to do like small detail work for like the guest spot spaces, which I'll probably end up doing most of that probably off the stream. So he can come over here now. Let's move him over here because he has been trapped in that little house and he won't leave. So let's bring him over here. People are gonna get a kick out of viewing him there. And now he, let's see. He can't get through there. The only way he can get over here is there. I can't tell if that's actually traversable for him, but it should be okay. Look at that. Wow. How cool. Kind of see them swimming. Oh, he's swimming. Well, here come the ladies. Let's actually grab all the other alligators and move them in. I don't think we're gonna get another male. How are you guys doing health-wise? Let's see. Any diseases? Doesn't look like it. Perfect. So let's move all of them into here. We're just gonna have the one male and then all the females. There we go. Sometimes my game gets really laggy when we move the animals around. So we're gonna move them in there. We're gonna see all the people. What might help too is just getting rid of people. Not closing the zoo. We'll keep the zoo open, but what I'm gonna do is lower the guest capacity, because right now we're at 800. Let's lower it back down to 500, which I had it at for a while. And it was pretty good at that point. So we'll do that. We'll get some people to leave the zoo, and that might help with the simulation stuff. Because right now we have exactly 800 people. So we'll do that. And people are really liking it. Look, you can get some really cool views of the alligators over here. You can see them right there. And then I think people are coming up here. Nobody's coming up here to view. That sucks. Which this might be a nice spot to do the show. We'll kind of do like a, maybe like a circular little show for them, which I actually do have the sign for that. I made it. So if we go to construction, it's gonna be a little laggy, so we gotta hopefully, let me just plop this up. I want to show you guys the sign I made for the alligator show. Go to facilities. We're gonna get a television, because I made the show signs, which they're not show signs, they're like the animal talks. I made one for the alligators. I also made one for the grizzly bear and one for the Himalayan brown bears. And do we have a logo for the zoo? Yes, we sort of do. Let me actually pull up. So let me place the show Life in Cold Blood. There we go. That's the alligator show there. So I don't have like just a logo made. I want to try and make one that is in the oops, that's too big. Is there a smaller large screen like that? Yes, this one. I want to make like an in-game logo so like we can have at the entrances, but right now I'm probably gonna have to make it out of like art pieces. But right now what we have is on the map, zoo map. So that is sort of our logo. There is that font and the funky shape like that, and the paw print, which I'm gonna attempt to make that in like in the game out of art pieces. I'm gonna basically plop down like a large TV screen like this and kind of place the pieces over it. But right now that is generally what I have for our logo, and then also our mascot is Reginald himself. So yeah, and I'm actually going to have to update this because it did get changed a little bit. And so I'm going to do a YouTube video of me doing Adobe Illustrator, kind of showing people how I do the maps. So keep an eye out for that if you need help trying to figure out how to do signs like that. So let's go ahead, we can get rid of this. You can delete that. Okay, so now we have these alligators heading into the zoo. Let me just double check their socially. We want to make sure there's not way too many in here. So it does say there's too many adults. We also need people to leave the zoo. I'm not sure why they won't. So they are a little unhappy about their social group. However, we're still at 95% welfare, so I might just ignore that, just for the sake of having more alligators in here, because I do want to see. They're all hanging out over here. Super cool. But yeah, so what we need to do now is mess with these buildings. This staff building up here does need it to be accessed somehow. What I might do is, let me pause the game because I'm going to change some stuff around. This building back here, I'm gonna move it over here, kind of try and rotate it and place it sort of back in here. So there will let me. Okay, so what we're gonna have to do is go into this building and get rid of these trees because they are making it impossible to move us around. So let me get rid of these trees. Like that. And now we can move this. And I kind of want to just place it sort of over here, tucked away. Like that. I don't think that touches that building, does it? It does. So we just need to rotate it maybe more this way. Pull it in. Like that. Okay. And that will basically allow us to do some better path work over here. We can get rid of that. And have this path come out here. Let's make sure snapping's on. Have it come out like that. Then this path can kind of come out up there. And we can kind of have it do something like that. And then this one, what we're going to do is align to grid. So we need to basically, okay, so what we need, basically what we need to do is go in here, select that, separate it from the building, and then we go into path, and we'll say align to grid here, and then we can build this path out like that, and I want this to be stairs, so we'll go down like that. Yeah, we'll have that connect there, and then basically this will just need to kind of do a sweep over here. We'll just kind of try and smooth this out, make it like a nice big plaza, and then we just need to move trees around. But now all that is accessible. But we can just kind of close it off, and that will help kind of disguise it a little bit. So we move that. We move that one back here. Like that. Maybe do a little something like that. I think that's still safe. Okay, and I'm going to leave this open for now because we have to edit this building. I do not want it to be in the way. And so now they can get up there and access that building, which I think is kind of cool to see, I think. Or maybe I have a better idea for paths. Actually, let's do this. So we get rid of all this. There, and then we go to align to grid, we select this, we go, oops, we need staff path, we go this way, then we deselect, and then we go down, go up, turn that way, and then we go down. There we go, and so it's not so bulky in the front, and that can be kind of hidden away a little bit better. And then this path can come, actually can't come out because it is too too close. So maybe if we get rid of that, get away, get away. If we have this come out, we're just gonna kind of connect that up so we know where it needs to be, because that path can only go like there. So we'll have that. And then what I think we'll do is have this kind of snake towards the back. I'll have it go down and then up and then turn and then turn and then go down and connect. There we go. So it's kind of like that. And then we can kind of move that wall over, like expand it. I think that will work. So let me just delete that for now. These can just be out of the way. And we can just basically tweak up this building. I'm not gonna do extreme detail work. I'll do that kind of on my own. Put this there, so that's squared off. But for this building, I'm gonna go in here. And I want to basically bring it out to the end of this, like that. So it's sort of a covered balcony. And then this can go, let's actually grab like a smaller piece. I don't think we need like such a big piece of concrete. We'll do that. Oh my god, you see Emmy? She's like got her face smushed against the window, passed out. Let's do that, and then I think we'll kind of incorporate this with the building. So what we need is some 2-meter pieces. Like that. Oop, do that. And then this one, I think we need to do 2 meter, 1 meter, and then the square, if I can get my keys down. Like that. Bam. And so like that's all kind of like included in the building. I kind of like the way that looks. I think that looks super cool. Super dope. And then maybe we can continue the roof over so it kind of covers it all. So for the roof, what we'll need to do is okay, roofing. I think we'll use this piece and we'll kind of do like, we'll go up here and then kind of reflect it and go do something like that. And then this one, we will do, I'm just gonna build it here for now. We can do that. And that should fit fine. No. We won't do that because that's a balcony piece. What we'll probably do is this one, but we'll do it this way. Like that. We'll have that little roof piece there, then this roof will go there, and this last bit will just kind of be out of the roof cover. And then this long piece here, which is, what is it, 1, 2, 3 wide, we will use these pieces. 2 meter and the little 1 meter. We'll do that, and then over here we'll just do 2 meter gable? No, I think maybe just a 1 meter gable, like that. So that will be all the roofs. Very simple, I think. So this one will go all the way across here. This one will kind of just go into that. This one's going to come straight across the back, so we need to duplicate it. But let me add our 1 meters in here. This needs to come across to the back. Duplicate that. Duplicate that. Rotate. Place it down. And that's where that roof will be. So let's throw these roofs on. The inside of these buildings are pretty much done. So we need the 1 meter is going to be here. I don't know why it's so slow. Okay, go here. Place these across. Like that. And I'll just need to put like poles and stuff to kind of support this. But in general, I think it's going pretty good. It's a pretty simple roof structure. That's probably like the hardest thing about these buildings, to make them look realistic, is like roofs. Like, how do I roof this? But that should work. And then this piece goes here. My game is getting very laggy. Don't know if it's laggy for you guys as well. Well, that's going to be there to cover that. And then this little piece here is a 1 meter. Should kind of go in like that. Oops. And then we just need the 2 meters and our roof is done. Something like that. Is that still on? Actually missing my phone. I have no idea where I put my cell phone. That's fine. I was just trying to check the time. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours, so we're looking, what is that, 5:30? Put that there. This is gonna slide all the way across. Like that. And then we should be able just to duplicate that across like that. Bam. And then we need to put this piece. Here we go. Place 2 pieces. Okay. So that building is done. I think it looks pretty cute. I like the style, or the look of it right now, which I'm going to go in and do some more detail work, I think off stream, just because I think it's a little boring. Basically, what I'm going to do is, from this view, if you're looking at the building, every wall that you can see is going to be changed to logs, and everything in the back is going to stay. It will stay cement. Actually, let me see. What I want to do is edit this barrier. Nope, that is not what I wanted to do. I want to edit it. Make that null barrier. And then I want to take this piece, pull it up to here. Like that. I think visually that looks better. And then for this building, I want to put windows on this back. Just so that the alligators actually have like something to see. Oh, my hair's like knotty and bothering me. Because right now I feel like that's like a little closed off. It makes me sad. So we'll do something like that. Here. Whose car is going off? Super annoying. I don't know if you guys can hear that through the microphone. Hopefully not. But let me go grab my cement. And I want to use these pieces. And oopsie. We'll do that. There we go. Just kind of give us a cap. Then this piece will go in there, which we're going to try and control. That's going to skate across the bottom and the top as well, which will go there. There we go. And then we can just put some glass pieces in there, which we can use the ones that aren't on the grid, and I think that will... Oh, hi, welcome. Hello. You made it just in time to see the alligators. We are actually just kind of finishing up, putting some of the last pieces together. And we're just kind of putting a little window on the back here for them, just so they don't feel super claustrophobic on the inside, because I feel bad for them. But we did an American, American alligators. We were going to put saltwater crocodiles in there with them, but I decided not to. And we're going to save them for the Australia section of the park. Oh, drink water, everybody. Hello. Hydrate. But we decided we're going to put the saltwater crocodiles in the Australia part of the park, just because we don't have, I don't really have a lot of animals planned to go in the Australia park. I mean, the Australia section of the park. And so I think that if we were to put them there, I think that'd be a little bit cool. Yeah, because I mean, they're massive, and I feel like we just need to go ahead and give Australia, you know, the massive, terrifying monsters that it deserves and that live there. So we're going to put them in Australia, because I think right now we only have 4 exhibits planned for the Australia area, which is something that I do want to do like a poll for, probably on my Twitter, is where to go next. Because after we finish the grizzly bear and the Himalayan brown bear over here, we're done with the North America area, which is crazy to think. And so we need to move on to something. Actually, what I'm going to do really quick while we're talking. So the 2 options we have, yeah, everything in Australia right now, absolutely. So we can either move on. So there's 2 options. I'm going to say, okay, basically. There's pros and cons for both. Always pros and cons. So I'm going to go through and kind of thin out some of these trees. So basically we can go to the left. So we're at the bottom left of the map, right? And we can kind of go up the side. Let me show you. Let's go up big view. So here's where we are. Here's the map. And we can either go this way, or we can go up and go to the side. And to the side here on the left is the Arctic Cove, which is still little North American, mostly Canadian area. And so we can come up here and do that, which I'm excited about because I haven't really worked with a lot of the Arctic animals before. Or we can go to the right and we can do Australia. So Southeast Asia is actually going to be a little bit more over here in this bottom corner. This mountain that we have over here is basically going to be split between East Asia and Indo-Malaysia. I forget which one we're putting where and for what reason, but basically it's going to be kind of split down this lake. So it's kind of going to be, one is over here and one is over here. So we kind of have like this cool mountainous area to work with, and we have these really cool kind of topped areas to put some really cool like primate exhibits and stuff like that. And then this flat area back here behind the mountain is going to be a parking spot. And then this is going to be the Australian entrance. So before we can get over there, we need to do Australia so that we know where everything needs to fit. So maybe that's where we should head, is sort of in this middle area, because basically like this habitat, it was kind of like when I was theorizing, kind of all the way up to the edge of this mountain, and then across the front here is going to be Australia. Yeah, the koalas. So I guess that's what we'll do. We'll head over here and we'll kind of just make our way sort of around. We'll kind of go this way. We'll do Australia. Then we'll head up. We'll do, I think it's Indo-Malaysia and then East Asia, I think is how I have it. And then we get up to the top, and that is Africa is the Congo and the primate forest. Across the middle here is the safari, all those big animals. Across this water is the aquatic animals, so like the seals and stuff like that. And then we'll make our way over here, which this area over here will be the Los Tropicos, which is South America. And then we'll finish off back where we began with the Arctic Cove. Or we can jump around, whatever. Did you know koalas are not actually bears because they're not qualified to be one? You're lucky I don't have moderators to kick you off my stream. I'm just kidding. But isn't that true though? They're not bears, right? They're marsupials. They're marsupials. They're basically weird kangaroos, right? They're like weird shaped kangaroos. Oh my god, I should show you this, guys. Look at this staircase that I built. It's so unnecessary. Like, could you imagine? Like, it's kind of funny. I was talking about it yesterday. Why does that ride go up so steep? Anyway, I auto completed it from there. But we were like, we need to put these track rides in is to try and make the park a little bit more wheelchair accessible or handicap accessible, not even just wheelchair. But then to get to each of the track rides, it's just these insane staircases. But yeah, I built that anyway like that. But yeah, so we'll start with Australia. I mean, next live stream, which is Sunday, we will start on the grizzly bears, which will be our last two habitats, which I'm pretty much going to kind of set up and get them ready to go, sort of the areas and the boundaries and stuff, so that when we get into the stream on Sunday, we can kind of just plow through with getting the animals in the habitats and getting them decorated and getting all their enrichment items and stuff in there so we can get both bears in. Basically what I want is the Himalayan brown bears to have sort of their own little small enclosure. Since they are critically endangered, they're probably going to be our most delicate creature in our zoo at that time when we put them in. So let's see how much space they're going to need. And then we're going to have a bunch of grizzly bears sort of next to them. So if we're just going to have two, I believe that's all one male, one female. That's all we're going to have because they're critically endangered. So if we have one male and one female, that's only about 6,300 square feet, which if we throw down a boundary, let's see, because I'm like, maybe we should put them here and then have the grizzly bears here, or maybe we should put, because I want this to be part of the habitat for the grizzly bears. I think the grizzly bears are kind of going to go across here and then maybe up and around. So the Himalayan brown bears are pretty much going to be over here, which if I take a barrier really quick and just kind of throw one down to kind of get a sense of size. Let's see if we build this sort of, let me make this bigger, like something like this. Then maybe let's make sure this is following the land just so we can see it. Have it kind of go up, do something like this, and then we want to have that big restaurant thing somewhere, so we'll have to incorporate that. Maybe have it come across here, and then we'll probably have it like take this water here, probably have a viewing deck right there, and then maybe we'll have it go this way and connect to their habitat just so we can use that chain link fence across the water as well, and then bring it back this way. Like, I can already tell you this is gonna be massive compared to what they need, right? Like, they don't need this much space. So let's throw a door on there. Let's see how big this is. Barriers, door. Throw that on there. So they only need about 6,500, and this is 35,000. So way too big. Because usually what I do is I double the recommended size because that's traversability. So let's do this. Let me edit this barrier. Let me edit this barrier. What if we did this? Why is it lagging? Just select, yeah. Let's edit this barrier. What if we make it sort of more of like a long rectangular shape? So if we take sort of this here, delete that. And then we sort of go like across here. Maybe do something like this. Go across the water. Like this. This is where we'll have like a big viewing deck here. Connect that. So then we have like this really cool kind of long shaped habitat. I kind of like that. Let's see how big this one is. So 27,000. So that's not that much smaller. So this should be a good size, something roughly like this. I'll probably adjust it, make it a little bit more smoother. For the Himalayan brown bear. And then for the grizzly bear, we're going to use a couple different habitats to basically connect it. So I'm going to use this. We're going to start here with the badger exhibit, and we're going to basically kind of, I think it'll kind of skate across here. Something like that. Are we snapping or something? Okay. Basically we'll come and connect to that. Does that mess up the habitats? It does not. So then basically we'll use this edge of the Himalayan brown bears. We'll skate across and use all this convoluted chaos with the deer and the badger, kind of go across the deer there. And then I think maybe we'll go across the top here. Are we using wood? Yes, okay. Kind of maybe skate across here because it looks like there's like walkable, traversable area at the top here. So we'll kind of go maybe across something like this. Kind of skate across the waterfall here. Kind of go like this way. We'll probably have to use null barriers for this just to kind of terrain to uneven placement there. And then we'll kind of skate across this like hilltop where like the train track goes. So that is going to be a little tricky. So we'll go there. I think there's a barrier already here. There's not. So this is just going to go straight across, and then we're basically going to connect it to the deer, which is over here somewhere right there. So let's go down a little bit. Oh, and connect there. So that should be a completed habitat. It's a bit of a funky shape, sort of like, but I think in general that's going to be fine. Habitat door, we'll have to move that. Let me edit the barrier. We're going to move that sort of over here so it's not going through the habitats. Not good. Can I go over here? I just needed to go somewhere kind of temporarily. Oh. It's not really gonna go. Okay, so that one can go there. So let's see. Move this over here. Barriers really make the game laggy. So we'll do that. I think we'll just move this sort of like this so we can throw a barrier in, because I want to make sure that these habitats aren't going to mess with each other just because we're using so many of the same barriers. So this is still habitat 45, which we're going to do is the himbo bears. So that is that there. And then these here, habitat 45, is for the grizzly. And then let's just make sure this didn't mess up. Badger, no, badger is fine. And the deer is okay as well. Deer is fine, perfect. Because sometimes when you use the same barrier, it makes it really weird. So how big is the grizzly bear habitat? Not animals, terrain. So we're looking at about 41,000 square feet of water and 75 square feet of land. So let's go into the Zoopedia. Grizzly bear. And how many do they like? They only like, okay. So, only one male and one female. But I want to have a bunch of bears. So, male bears will fight over foraging grounds and mates. I actually turned off animal fighting, so I don't know if they will. So let's see theoretically if how many bears we could fit in here to fill up the 74,000 square feet. So let's see. It's going to be a lot because 6 is 10. So that's a lot. But we also don't know if all of it is traversable. So if we assume that like half of it is traversable, then that's like what? 35,000. So we'll probably be able to put like a good like 10 bears or so in here, I think is what we'll do. If not, maybe what we can do then instead, here's an idea. Let's edit this barrier. What we can do then instead is, since it's not going to have that many bears in it, what we can do is sort of scrap this idea of going all the way up this mountain. Kind of scrap it all the way up here to where it connects to the deer habitat. And if we delete that. So habitats have become merged or invalid. Okay. Okay. Let me just do that. So let's see. Which ones have become invalid? Well, it's probably this one, right? So this one is still good. Badger says it has multiple gates, and if I probably wrap that around, it'll probably fix that. And what does it say about the deer? So it says deer is also multiple gates. So let's go into barriers, and basically what I want to do is we'll just kind of undo all that, since we don't need to place it there, instead of deleting it. Oopsie. So we'll keep that sort of in that general vicinity and say that is the Himalayan brown bear exhibit habitat there. So they got a little bit of water, some of this area. Maybe we can pull this mountain out and do like some sort of a cave. And then the grizzly bears, we'll have them sort of just skate around the bottom of this mountain and like around this river, and maybe attached to like that glass boundary there, and sort of That's glass. We don't need glass. Let's just use null barrier kind of along this cliff. And try and get it to climb up this cliff. If it will. It's a pretty straight shot. So let's do this. Let's have it keep it flat. We'll go underground there. Then we'll have it undulating. Kind of go up that. There. Maybe it can connect there. So we'll do something like that. So they kind of have this huge water area, but mostly this area for viewing. So the traversable area will be a little bit less, but they will be able to, you know, be visible to the guests. So now we just need to kind of connect this across, which it should just let us, we say add, let's use wood. We do that, sort of connect it to the Himalayan habitat. We should be able to put gates in here now. And this one goes back here. Can't go in there because of the curve. Okay. Let me just move that fence again back there, and we'll just put it back there. Because I'm probably going to have to fix the way that this looks where it goes up the mountain like that. So we'll just move that and plop this here. Temporarily, so we can just kind of see the sizes. So that is the Himalayan brown bear habitat. And then this is now... Yep, only 27,000 square feet, which is a significantly smaller, which the two bears won't need that much space, but at least now with most of this water space, they'll kind of stay in this area so guests can get a pretty good view of them. And we'll have like this big kind of like circular path here so guests can see, you know, both types of bears. And we'll do sort of like a bear show and stuff like that over here. And then maybe we'll do like a path that kind of goes, skates over the cross of where this barriers switch, like over on top of that barrier. And then we can do that restaurant building over there across. So like if you're sitting here, you'll have like a nice view of that restaurant kind of up here. I think that'd be pretty cool. So that's in general what we're looking at to finish up this North America part of the park. Yeah, so we can go ahead and wrap up the stream. It has been 4 hours. Perfect. So yeah, what we need to do, almost forgot, I told you guys not to let me forget, is I want to take our male alligator, wherever he is. Here he is. And we got to rename him Tyler. No Tyler. Loki. Our male alligator, Loki. So yeah, let's get a nice view of him, and then we can wrap up the stream. So, I can press play. What is he doing? He's got his butt up in the air and stuff. Anyway, let's switch to the end stream. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and wrap up the stream. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. We got this beautiful alligator habitat done, and all we have left to do now is our 2 bears. So, and then we'll be done with the North America part of our Americas area. If his real name, you can name him Bobby Boucher. That sounds familiar. I'm not quite sure. Boucher? Doesn't it sound familiar? Don't make fun of me. I'm doing my best. Yes, a TVA shirt. Yes, I have my Loki pin on. Which I do have a shirt that my sister, Bobby Boucher, Waterboy, that's who it is. You knew that. Why didn't you say that? You let me fucking struggle like that? Well, I remember that. I'm gonna delete you from my page. Anyway, so I have these shirts that my sister made me for the release of Multiverse of Madness, and it was me, my sister, my girlfriend, my mom, my stepdad. We all had matching shirts, and it had a logo on it, and it's looked like Stark Industries, and it said Marvel Movie Squad. And then on the back it said Variant in big letters, and then we had the Avengers logo on one sleeve, and then we all had our own names on our sleeves. It was so cute. We all got to wear them. We all matched, except for me. I didn't wear mine because I dressed up like Wanda for the premiere, but we all had matching shirts, and it's super cute. So yeah, TVA shirts. But Loki here is really happy, and he's super awesome. Everglades habitat. Next live stream, so I'm gonna kind of do some off stream stuff, because I have Friday and Saturday to kind of work on this on my own. Oh, your brother flew to San Diego? That's so cool. Do they do cosplay and stuff like that? That's super cool. I love to do cosplay. I don't really have a lot of money to do it regularly, so I just kind of do a few of the same cosplays that use like all the same pieces, but kind of alternate a little bit differently. Like I did Esmeralda, and I just kind of tweaked her costume a little bit to do like a fairy pirate to go to the Renaissance Fair, and then I basically tweaked it again to do my D&D cosplay, which is Gale Hawthorne. He just loves comics. Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, I definitely, maybe one day I should wear one of my cosplays on the stream, because I don't remember which ones I have now so far. I have my Wanda one, of course, which would be a little uncomfortable to do on the stream because it's the Halloween episode Wanda. And then I have Esmeralda, I have Gale. I could probably do Gale. Gale would be fun. Gale's my D&D character. She's a halfling, druid, pacifist vegetarian. So she's like a struggle to play with. And then I also have my Captain Marvel cosplay. I don't know if I can fit it anymore. I have gained a little bit of weight. And just a few other things. So maybe I can do some cosplays on like Thursdays or something like that. Cosplays on Thursdays. Yeah. So yeah, Gale would be fun. I actually have a little emoji for her, an emote for her if you tier 3 sub. She's super cute. You can see it under the stream. My girlfriend drew all my emotes, so they're really cute. So that she did one of Gale. But yeah, so let's go ahead and wrap up this stream. If for whatever reason you didn't get to see all the stream, or you want to go back and rewatch something, I will upload it to YouTube hopefully by tomorrow morning. Also, if you didn't get a chance to check out the beaver time-lapse speed build, and you want to kind of see the process of getting that built and finished from last stream, that is up on the channel right now. I'll probably do a time-lapse probably of like the one of the bears. I'm not quite sure, because I kind of want to do the Himalayan brown bears with you guys since they are the critically endangered ones. So I'll probably do the grizzly bears. Oh, look at Anthony over here. I'll probably do the grizzly bears on like a time lapse so that we can save some stream time, and then do the Himalayan brown bears together on Sunday. So I think that sounds like a plan, if it sounds like a plan to you guys. So I'll probably try and have that uploaded no later than Sunday morning so that you can watch it before the stream. So just keep an eye out for that. I always put updates on either my Snapchat, my Instagram, or my Twitter. Well, I put them on all of them. So if you're following at least one of those, you should get notifications about videos and stuff like that. And then on Twitter, I like to post like pictures and stuff and of the park and stuff like that. So Twitter's a really cool place to get some content of the park if you want pictures. And then I'm also going to try and do a YouTube video of Adobe Illustrator of me editing the map, because now that we kind of have these last two habitats kind of blocked out, I can kind of finish this part of the map. So I'm going to go in there and kind of erase what we already did and kind of redo it so it's actually a little bit more accurate. So keep an eye out for that if that is something that interests you. But yeah, other than that, thank you guys for all the new follows. Thank you to my 3 subscribers. I'm so happy to have 3 subscribers. It's insane to think. We are so close to our summer goal of 200 followers. So if you know anybody that likes Planet Zoo, or you think that would just enjoy my company, please share my page with them. And also make sure to check out my YouTube. There is some older content on there from other Planet Zoo parks that I did and stuff like that. So definitely, if you, oh my god, oh cool, you subscribed. Now I have 4 subscribers. Thank you so much. And now you get to use all the cool emotes. You get to use the Emmy and the Reggie emote, which are so cute. Reggie is the guy whose park, he's the cat whose park this is. But yeah, that's so cool. Thank you so much. I lost my train of thought now. What was I even saying? But if you want more content from me when I'm not streaming, there's tons of stuff on my YouTube channel already. I think I have like 4 different parks that I've attempted to try and build in Planet Zoo. Some are time-lapse and some are more talk-through and stuff like that. So if you want more Planet Zoo content from me, definitely check out my YouTube. There's also some really older, cringier content on there from like Minecraft and stuff, and some of my really old stuff from like 2013 when I was like 18 years old and trying to start a YouTube channel. And there's also some just videos on there that I like to make for like when I go on vacation, just some kind of edited vlog videos. So plenty of stuff on there, plenty of content. So go check it out. Let me know what you think. Other than that, I will see you guys on Sunday. If I don't see you on Sunday, I hope you have fun doing whatever it is you are doing, and I wish you guys all the best.